Junior exhibitors, please note, we'll do the best we can getting your next classes up here. Sometimes it's difficult sharing that mic with 4 other people, so we'll try to make sure we're announcing each time. Our judges today in Ring 1 is Tor Sorensen of Phoenix, Arizona. Tor's the general manager of the Southern Arizona International Livestock Association. He also has owned and showed sheep for over 30 years. Today, he owns and shows 30-plus llamas. In Ring 2 is Mark Johnson. Mark is working on the Hampshires right now. Mark's from Sandwich, Illinois. He's a livestock and equine specialist with Purina Animal Nutrition. Along with his wife, Amy, and daughter, Emily, they own and operate A&M Ranch Southdown Sheep. Mark's a graduate of Oklahoma State University. In Ring 3, we have Matt Scramlin of Holly, Michigan. Matt's the co-owner of Scramlin Southdowns. They've shown multiple breeds all over the nation with his family for over 35 years. He's currently the president of Oakland County Farm Bureau. And in Ring 4, we have Tim Fleener of Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Tim is a pastor, and he's missing church this morning. Tim is involved with the Hampshire Association and also show cattle. Let's welcome all of our judges this morning to the North American.
They need Ethan Simpson in Ring 4. Ethan Simpson.
It's really good to be here this morning in the Montedale Ring to evaluate your Montedale show. Really a nice buck here to start off the class. Really a long spine, really like this sheep up through the center portion of his shoulder, up through his neck region. He blends in very well off the top of the shoulder. Comes down with a straight spine, like the way he comes out through his hip. He's really level out through that dock area. Comes down on all 4 corners right where he needs to be. And when we watch him move, he moves around really easily and flows really nicely. Nice single entry in his first class today. Thank you.
We start off our Columbia show with 2 really nice fall bucks here. Ram we're going to lead off with simply just more sheep there. He's longer down his top. He's truer and straighter out there behind his shoulder. He's a notch finer in terms of his grade as compared to the buck that's going to stand here in second. I think really where he has the advantage, even though he's on the fight today, he's freer in terms of his stride, particularly through his rear end. He pulls those hocks apart a little nicer for me. And again, just he's carrying less fleece. What you see is pretty much what you get. Taking nothing away from the Ram here in second. Really big in terms of his bone work. A nice fleece on him as well, just not quite as much sheep there today. Nice way to start off our Junior Columbia show.
Ready on the Montedale Ring for January Ram Lambs. We're also ready on the Columbia show for Junior Ram Lambs.
Well, good morning, and let me first start off by saying what an honor it is to be here working in our Tunis ring to start with. Just a great pleasure for me to be here with you folks this morning and on into the afternoon. As we started off our Tunis show, I think we got two really nice senior ram lambs out here. We're starting really powerful made ram, a ram you really like, right from that front end, how he ties in through that shoulder, that overall length of body. Ram, it's got a lot of rib shape to him. If I could, I'd probably darken up that head color as we view him out here today, but I think that's very particular on what is a really good ram. Our ram here in second, I really like this ram as we talk about that extension up through that front end. He's got some youthfulness in his overall appearance. We just need to straighten him up behind them shoulders, give him a little more power to get ahead of our first place ram, but 2 nice rams to start our Tunis show with today.
Our first class here in the Hampshire show is our fall ram lamb class. We've got a longer sided ram to start our class with. He's really long from that last rib back. Percentage as well. Nice breed type on this ram. It handles with a notch more muscle down his top than most of the rams in the class. I really like the bone work on our second place ram. He probably strides around the ring as well as any we have in this class. I like his breed type. Just like to make his top pop a little more for me today, more like our class winner to feel more comfortable moving him up the line. Next pair of rams certainly have some usefulness about him. This is where we see him today.
Here in the Montadale ring, another single entry. They're kind of starting me off a little slow so we can gear up to some bigger classes. Really another nice sheep when we're analyzing this ram off the side. You sure like his elevation he has into him, the sharpness of shoulder, the way he comes up through his top of his shoulder, out through his hip. A ram not quite as wide a base as we really like to have this sheep for the size he has, but he sure has enough thickness into him to merit the first place today. Thank you.
Placing on the Columbia show in the senior Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 2, Bach 3-84, Jessica Monty of Kewanee, Illinois. Second to entry 1, Highway C193, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. For the Tunis senior Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 2, Spildy 2228, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 1, Kay Barkley 13148, Drew Ridgway, Liberty Town, Maryland. Over on the ring 2 and 4, the senior Ram Lamb class for the Montadales, first place to Smith 1405, Ariel Watson, Salesville, Ohio. In the January Ram Lamb class for the Montadales, first place to entry 3, Nelson 9, Mirinda Nelson of Kingston, Illinois. On the Hampshire Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 1, Krakow Rickow 308Z, Elaine Dorn of Arcadia, Wisconsin. Second to entry 3, Hessig 0971, Trevor Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Third to entry 2, Austin Shell, Midland, Ohio. And 4 to entry 227, Hayden Meeks of Hills, Tennessee. In the Columbia ring, we do want to introduce the National Columbia Ambassador, Mariah Sweet of Grantsville, Utah. She attends Grantsville High School and shows and raises Columbia sheep. In the Hampshire Ring, we're doing January Ram Lambs right now. Your next class will be February Ram Lambs. For the Monadales, we're doing February and later Ram Lambs. Your next class will be for champion and reserve champion Monadale Rams, so you need to have that first place animal from the senior class and also the first place from that January class ringside and ready at this time. Over on the Tunis side, we're doing Tunis early spring Ram Lambs at this time. Your next class will be late spring Ram Lambs. For the Columbias, we're on junior Ram Lambs. Your next class will be for champion and reserve champion, so you'll need to have the first and second place fall Ram Lambs ringside and ready for that preparation.
I got it. 5 really nice bucks here in our Tunis Ram Lamb show. I'm starting with 2 Ram Lambs, and in my mind are very similar in their overall makeup. I'm starting with a Ram I think's cleaner, as we talk about in that point of that shoulder as he lays in there. He's got some more boldness to that rib, and then when you get your hands on him, that overall percentage from that last rib back really dominates this class in my mind, is what's going to get him to the top, and as we see him out here today. Really up-headed, really long neck Ram here in second. Ram that gets a little narrow over that top, and that's what's going to move him into second today for me, but I think a really square-made Ram as he stands on those feet and legs. Got some depth to that side as we view him out here in the ring. Our Ram here in third, I grant, is the tallest as we talk about that point of the shoulder and that frame size score. For me, this Ram, as we get in that last quarter, is where I'd like to change this Ram. He's the steepest as we talk about over that rump. Doesn't walk as free and true off those rear legs as the 2 Rams ahead of him, but you really got to like the extension in the front end of this Ram, and that's what's going to get him up into third. A really long-bodied Ram here in fourth, a Ram that just isn't putting it together in as smooth a package or as much poundage as these 3 Rams ahead of him in my mind. And then a Ram Lamb just to round out the class, just not as smooth over that top, but we really like the extension up through that front end. Nice class all the way down through.
Mike's going to get cold today, do you? I don't think so. This class of January Hampshire Ram Lambs got a neat pair of bucks at the top of the class. The Rams that are very different in their type and kind. I like the Ram to start the class with. Shows me a tick more extension, a little bit cleaner fronted kind of buck. I prefer the way he moves off his front feet to the Ram in second. A long-sided sheep, good breed character, just kind of a nice place to hang our hat on to win this class. I really like the Ram in second for his mass and muscle. He's got probably as much thickness down his top, as much pounds of product as any Ram we have in the class. Big stout old bone buck. Like to clean up his front, give him just a tick more extension, and what separates the first pairs, I'd like to clean this Ram up in second on his front feet just a little bit today. A more moderate frame Ram in third. Again, I like the lines on this buck. He needs to track just a little bit differently off those hind wheels for me today and show me just a tick more performance, but a real pretty profile on this sheep. Large frame Ram in fourth. We appreciate the growth that he shows us to this point. I'd just like to clean him up on his legs, both front and rear.
We get into our junior buck lambs here for the Columbias. I think we've got 5 really nice bucks, sheep that could go into a lot of flocks and do an awful lot of good. I think we've got a Ram up here that for me is pretty complete. He's really pretty in terms of his breed type, really nice about his fleece. You put him into motion and he's really free and easy on the go. Nice in terms of his foot and his bone work. I think kind of a nice winner for us. The Ram that's here in second, obviously going to be the big one when it's all said and done. At this point, he's a little more on the fight and a little harder for these exhibitors to get shown. He wants to be a little easy in terms of his pasterns. He's certainly not breaking, but just a little give. He's a little more refined in terms of his overall bone work. You sure have to appreciate the hip and the tail set that this buck brings out here to us. Super long-bodied. I just need to see him be a little more substantial. Ram that comes in third is kind of the interesting piece in the class. He's super complete down his top. If we could stretch this old guy out just a notch, he kind of gives up in terms of his hind saddle. He's super in terms of his feet. Really, there's no wool working down his top. He's got a big, bold muscle pattern to him. I'd just like to see maybe explode him and in all directions, and he could really run with these other 2. The big sheep in the class is standing here in fourth. He's more mature in terms of his mouth at this point in time. You put him into motion, he's just a little more restricted in terms of his stride. We'd like to change that about him, maybe raise his tail set up a little bit. Then the Ram, we round out the class with just a little greener at this point in time. He changes more in terms of his grade from front to rear than the other 4 standing above him. But again, nice class of junior buck lambs. Congratulations.
Got a nice set of buck lambs here to evaluate here in the Montedale show. We've got some differences down through here, and I appreciate that. The ram we're going to start off with is the most complete kind of a sheep. I really like the way this ram is made up through the front end. He's sprung out through that shoulder area. He's got some width of base to him when you watch this buck move. Probably one of the widest moving sheep that we have. I sure like the way he comes up through his front end. He's not quite as long a spine as we see in the ram that's going to be in second. But here's a sheep that when you get up on top of him, he definitely is the wider in through his rack. He's got the widest amount of muscling and shape and design in through his loin structure, out through his hip, and he has the most natural muscle when we start to analyze him from front to rear. And when we really get as far as structure, I sure like the width of base he has to him. The ram in second is really a pretty profile type of a sheep. Like I said before, he's a little longer bodied, but with that being said, when we start to analyze him and get up right up on top of him, for this much length of body and this kind of size he has into him, I like to give him more springer rib. I like to give him more dimension and muscle shape in through the top portion of that rack in order to move him up. But here's really another pretty sheep off to the side. The ram in third is really green. I appreciate that about him. He's got a lot of grow into him. We start to analyze him up against the other two right above him. I'd sure like to give this ram more body shape into him. He wants the U-neck a little bit more for me today than I like to see, but here's another youthful type of a sheep that's going to continue on and grow and be really a nice yearling buck. The big sheep in the class is the one that's going to be in fourth, and I appreciate his size. I appreciate his foot size and his bone he has into him. But for this biggest sheep, I sure need to make him wider based. He's not. He just doesn't have enough width to me today. He is not deep enough into that rib and into that flank for his size as he is today. But a sheep is very useful for the breed. Then around off the class with a little shorter made type of a sheep. Like to extend this ram out from end to end and just bring his tail set up just a little bit more to get him any higher. But a nice class of rams all the way through. Thank you.
Not a lot of numbers here for our Columbia Ram Show, but certainly some very good individual. I think these junior exhibitors are to be commended on the quality that they've brought out. We've got a long day. We're not going to drag this out. Our champion ram is going to be our fall ram right here in front of us. Congratulations, young lady. We're going to go back here and use our first place spring for our reserve, taking nothing away from our seconds. An awfully nice ram show. Congratulations.
Thank you, John.
As we round out our Tunis Ram Lamb show, I think we got a really complete, really good ram to start this class with in my mind as we talk about standing really straight and true on those feet and legs. He's really long as we view him from the side. He's got a good depth of body, some boldness to that rib. I think he's a ram that's still got some youthfulness too that we think is going to, in my mind, going to continue and go out and grow as we see him. He may get a little wider as we view right from the front through that shoulder in my mind, but I think a really good sound ram to start this class with. I think a ram in second follows along as close as any in this class as we talk about a ram with some depth of side and some rib. He's just not as smooth as we talk about over that top and out over that dock as our first place ram to get up any higher. Really extremely tall, good framing ram here in third, a ram we like for that. He just gets a little frailer in his bone work, gets a little shallower as we view him from the side versus these two rams ahead of him. But I think when you talk about that cleanliness in that front part of that shoulder, just a nice ram. And then in our fourth place ram, a good solid ram in his own right, a ram we like for some length of body. He's got a lot of depth. We just need to change a few more things about this ram to get up any higher in this class.
For the Columbia, we're now ready for Columbia yearling ewes in the ring, Columbia yearling ewes for the Tunis. We just finished up we're ready for late spring ram lambs. Placing on the Tunis early spring ram lamb class, first place, so what are you ready for on Tunis? We're ready for champion ram on the Tunis. Champion ram for the Tunis. Placing on the Tunis early spring ram lamb class, first place to entry 6, Shambo 459, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second to entry 5, Half Pint Farm 42, Brianna Taylor, Shirley, Massachusetts. Third to entry 4, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. 4 to entry 7, Morgan Muncie, Lafayette, Indiana. And 5 to entry 8, Portia Kellums, Hillsboro, Indiana. Placing on the class of Columbia Junior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 10, Highway C206, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. Second to entry 6, Thiessen, 1409, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Third to entry number 7, Jessica Monty, Kewanee, Illinois. 4 to entry 3, Riley and Carly Leonard, Portland, Michigan. And 5 to entry 5, Megan Embody, Bluffton, Ohio. Our champion ram for the Columbias went to our first place fall ram lamb, entry 2, Bach 3-84, Jessica Monty, Kewanee, Illinois. The reserve champion, the first place in the junior ram lamb class, entry 10, Highway C206, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. On the Tunis late spring ram lamb class, first place went to entry 9, Shambo 470, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second to entry 12, Jay Kurz 20, J.C. Kurz of New Holland, Illinois. Third place to entry 10, Seth Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. And 4 to entry 11, Morgan Muncie, Lafayette, Indiana. Again, now showing for champion ram for the Tunis. We're showing yearling ewes for the Columbias.
Over here in the Monadale side, we see a ram show, and nice set of bucks to take a look at. It's too bad we didn't have a few more here to evaluate, but really like the type of sheep that we have out here. They're all useful for the breed. I really appreciate that about them. And they're looking at this fall buck. Really like this fall buck off of his top. Like him out through his hip. He's got a lot of natural thickness to him, a lot of natural width, the base to him. I'd like to just change him up to that front end just a little bit, kind of bring that neck out of the top of his shoulder just a little bit more. He tends to want to pull out to the center portion of it. I'd like to change him that area. The January buck is a big growthy type of a sheep, big bone, big footed, got a lot of mass to him when you get up on top of him. With that, when we're starting to analyze him, maybe when you get back behind him, maybe you like to put a little more muscle down to the center portion of that leg. And, he's got some there. I love the shape that he has off the side. So he's a contender out here also. Then we get him the February buck, really super complete, wide base, like this sheep off the side. He's maybe quite as level out to that dock area as maybe we see as the fall buck. So we need to take that consideration when we're analyzing these sheep. But a very useful type of sheep, very complete. I sure like him. Then we looked at second place in that same class, really a long spine kind of a sheep. You like him off to the side. He doesn't, when we get back behind him, he doesn't have quite as much muscling as we see maybe in a couple others too. So, but he's in contention for the reserve spot. Really a nice set all the way through. I'll look at him a little bit more and I'll select your champion in reserve.
we got it. As we see our 6 Rams out here for our champion Ram and our Tuna show, I think in my mind, 6 Rams have a lot of similarities, and we talk about their Rams that are standing on good feet and legs. They got some real length of body, some muscling to them. In my mind, I think 2 Rams float right to the top as we view them out here today, taking nothing away from the other Rams out here. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll go out and select our champion reserve on our Tuna Ram show.
Hampshire exhibitors on deck will be Champion Hampshire Ram. That'll be your next class. Placing on the Monadale class of February Ram Lambs, February and later Ram Lambs. First place to entry 9, Van Horn 1467, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. Second place to entry 6, Bon Dunn 1295, Abilene Gatson of Vandalia, Missouri. 3 to entry 10, Austin Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. 4 to entry 7, Miranda Nelson of Kingston, Illinois. And 5 to entry 5, Ariel Watson, Salesville, Ohio. For the Hampshires, the January Ram Lamb class, first to entry 7, Held 141511, Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Second to entry 8, High Hill Farm 4425, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. Third to entry 6, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. And 4 to entry 5, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. For our Monadale show, our champion Ram went to our first place in the February and later Ram Lamb class, entry 9, Van Horn 1467, Jansen Van Horn of Garfield, Kansas. Reserve to the first place in the January Ram Lamb class, entry 3, Nelson 9, Miranda Nelson of Kingston, Illinois. For the Tuna show, our champion Ram went to the first place senior Ram Lamb, entry 2, Speldy 228, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. And the reserve champion Ram for the Tunas, the first place late spring Ram Lamb, entry 9, Shambo 429, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin.
And there we are. We're getting into our yearling ewes here for the Columbias. I think we've got some awfully nice females again all the way down. I think a pretty complete kind of a female here. Is she the most extreme in any way, shape, or form? No, she's not. But I think in terms of her completeness, she's nice on her feet and legs. She's good about her breed type. She's got some rib and volume. She's got a beautiful fleece on her, some meat and muscle. I think a kind of a nice winner here for us. Obviously, the ewe that's going to stand here in second is the longest profiling. If we could give her a little more depth and guts in terms of her rear flank and dropping that down, maybe change her fleece just a notch. She changes a little bit in terms of her grade, but certainly I like the length of body that she brings to the table. Again, we just need to see her a notch more complete in her overall design. Young lady's ewe that comes here in third, one of the, if we were to weigh him, probably one of the heavier ewes out here. She's a little rougher up through her front end in terms of her down in her brisket, maybe a little easier right there behind her shoulder. Again, a big, powerful female. We certainly have to appreciate her for that. The ewe that comes next in line, just a fleece that I need to change just a notch to get her any higher. Certainly like the way she's designed up through her front end. Again, one of the super long-bodied ewes. Just again, we need to change that fleece to get her rolled up the line any further. A big ewe that comes next in line, she shortens up just a notch. She wants to kind of tuck herself up underneath of herself when she's on the go. She's got some angulation issues that I'd like to change in terms of her hocks. The next ewe that comes in line, a big rugged kind of a ewe that's just a little rougher up to her mouth. I need to change that to get her worked up the line. And then the ewe that we round out the class just shortens up considerably in terms of her overall length of body. Nice fleece on her. Nice set of females. Congratulations.
This younger class of Hampshire Ram Lambs, definitely the deepest class we've had in the Hampshire show so far this morning. Several nice individuals out here. Again, some variation in type and kind. We started to evaluate them particularly on soundness, balance, and so forth. And I think when we look at those criteria, our first place individual moves himself to the top rather handily. A super long spine buck, a buck that's straighter down his top than the majority of them. He runs the right way. Good bone, good breed character, really well balanced. Then some of us probably like to blow them apart just a little bit, and I think those guys would agree too. I think in the Ram in seconds, just a kind of a unique piece. Certainly a tad more moderate than the Rams on either side of him. Really like the bone and balance of this sheep as well. I really like the fact that he's got big foot, big bone, but he's still got a small and youthful head on him, and I think that's got a place. I think as we analyze this sheep to critique him, he wants to run downhill to that front end just a little bit. I'd like to jack him up and make him run the other way just a little bit more for me today. A ram that intrigues me in third, again, a really round-ribbed sheep, a sheep with a tremendous amount of bone and footwork, excellent breed type on this buck. I'd just like to strengthen him down his top just a little more over that loin area to move him up the top. We do that, and I'd feel pretty comfortable moving him a place or possibly two. One of the larger framed, longer sided rams in the class is the ram in third. You like the extra dimension, or fourth, excuse me, is the ram that we have in fourth place. Love his length of side. Definitely one of the longer sided, longer hind saddled rams in the class. If I was going to change him, I need to loosen him up in his hock just a little, make me feel more comfortable driving him a little further. Another long sided sheep in fifth. Again, good bone on this sheep. He just doesn't have quite the neck set and chest floor that we have on several of the rams right above him, but again, a better class of Hampshire rams than this one.
Placing on the yearling U class for the Columbia's first place to entry 20 Highway C180, Alec and Alyssa Balmer of Minduro, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 12, Lindsay Fry 12-5, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Third to entry 11, Chloe Nelson, Canton, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 21, Jessica Monty of Kewanee, Illinois. Fifth place to entry 13, Alyssa and Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. Folks, we will be announcing just down to the top 5 on each class just because of the mic time constraints that we have today. Placing on the February Ram Lambs for the Hampshire show, first to entry number 16, Held, 14-15-47, Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Second to entry 22, Livermore, 507-14, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. Third place to entry 15, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 20, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. And 5 to entry number 18, Tyler Marchek of Federalsburg, Maryland.
Here in the Montedale ring, tell you a brief story. I can remember a few years ago when I was a little bit younger and Millie Brown was really close to our family, and she took me along to a couple Montedale events to get me to show some Montedales. That was just the other day, wasn't it, Millie? But I really appreciate the way that the Montedale breeds came around. We've got 3 ewes out here that have a lot of youthfulness about them. We got some difference about them. I think when you start to listen to me all day, we sure need to have these sheep, whether they're Montedales or they're Hampshire or Suffolks or Southdowns or whatever. We need to have them some width of base. We need to be able to have these sheep to be able to move around fairly freely and easily with a big enough foot for the breed, a big enough bone for the breed, with some femininity in these females, with some longevity in these females, and I think we've got 3 out here that do that fairly well. For me, I think the combination is right here in front of me. I really like the prettiness that she has. She's extremely feminine when we're analyzing her up through the shoulder, into that neck, and especially into the head. For me, she's got the most ideal head for me that's out here. She's really pretty. I like the way her ear so sets. She's got good color for me. I like the width of top and the angularity she has from the top of the shoulder. She's the widest hip with the most most natural width, the base, and thickness as we've analyzed her down through that center portion of that leg. And we expect these yearling ewes to have some depth of body because we got some lambs in them here in another couple of months. They'll be lambing, and we expect to have that overall volume into them to be able to do that fairly easily. I think the yearling unit class is that easy combination for me. She's not the biggest one, but she sure is fresh and very complete. Congratulations. The yearling ewe in second is very healthy today. I told the young lady she's healthy. She's carrying a little bit more condition over the center portion of that rib than she needs to be, which intends to give her a little bit more of a rounder look as we analyze her. But here's another female that has a lot of width of body, a lot of width of dimension in through that rack and out through that hip. And I think that's what blows her apart when we analyze her up against the ewe in third. She has more width to her from the top of that hip all the way down to the center portion of that leg, and especially when we get back behind her, watch her track. She is definitely the widest tracking ewe of those two. The ewe in third is the big frame sheep, and I appreciate that about her. A little more common about her head. I'd sure like to change her head structure just a little bit. But we get this much power and length of body and size frame. I love her foot and I love her bone. We need to just give her more width to base. She's the narrowest base ewe that's out here. Boy, you can sure change that. She's got a lot of positive attributes to her that can go on and do a lot of great things. But today we need to put her in third. Really a super set of yearling ewes to only be in three. Let's give these young people a round of applause.
For our Hampshire show, our champion ram went to the first place February Ram Lamb, entry 16, held 141547, Aaron Held of Aurora, South Dakota. The reserve also came out of that February Ram Lamb class, entry 22, Livermore 50714, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. We're now ready for fitted yearling ewes. And the Monadales need slick shorn yearling ewes. Placing on the Monadale fitted yearling ewe class, first to entry 14, 3J Kurz 722, Austin Kurz of New Holland, Illinois. Second to entry 13, Clayman 1318, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. And third to entry 12, Madison Corzat of Berwick, Illinois.
We get into our senior ewe lambs here for the Columbias and four really nice females. This would be an awfully good class for some college judging kids to. There's a load of things you could talk about out here. I think the ewe that wins for me awfully complete. Again, she's big in her bones. She's good in her breed type. She's again not the most extreme in any link or any aspect of her makeup. I think she's just a nice, good, solid, complete sheep with a good fleece put on top of it. She wins for me. The ewe that's going to be super long-bodied here is going to stand in second. She wants to get just a tick easy on her pastuns for me as she's walking around, but she's also on the fight, and we'll give her that. I can't change the fact that I would like to see her just a little more depth in terms of her rear flank. She wants to kind of be a little bit piecey. Again, she's just as straight as a string and long-bodied, maybe in with a couple months maturity, and she's one of the younger mouthed ones out here, so I'm going to give her that for me today. She's just not quite as complete. Ewe that's going to stand here in third, a really pretty package to look at. You put her into motion. She wants to pull her hocks together just a notch. She's a little rougher right behind her shoulder as compared to the two that are going to stand above her. The ewe that rounds out the class, again, one of the older mouth ones, if you will. She's also more complete at this point in terms of her development. I don't read her as being as big down the line. She's getting a little more condition on her. She's certainly bolder up through her front end at this point. A nice designed ewe, maybe just not quite the overall future that we see in the three standing above her.
For the Columbia Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 22, Worm 402, Alec Bomber, Minduro, Wisconsin. Second to entry 23, Lindsay Fry 1310, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Third place to entry 26, Chalee Miner of Reelsville, Indiana, and 4 to 25, Jessica Monty, Kewanee, Illinois.
Test 1, 2. Here in the Montedale ring in the slicked U class, really like the female that's going to win the class. Really a good shape to her when we analyze her. I like the shape she has in through her rib. She looks really nice sheared. A lot of times they look better when they're all fitted up, but here's a ewe that really looks nice sheared. Really a good foot, good bone on her. She's got some angularity. She's very feminine. I sure like her breed character about her head, more so than I do the ewe that's going to be in second. You know, if I was going to change this first place yearling ewe, I think square her up just a little bit more out through that dock area. But here's a female that has a lot of good pieces to her. The yearling ewe here in second, we don't see quite as much length of spine in her. We don't see as much width and dimension of muscle and muscle shape as we do in the ewe that's going to be in first. But another nice fronted female. I think if we get a more condition on her, we can get her a little better in show shape. But a nice females to evaluate. Thank you.
Placing on the Montedale Slickshorn Yearling U class, first place to entry 18, Clayman 1336, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. Second to entry 19, BDR 932, Austin Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. no, it's not on any of these. I'm good on these.
Really deep, really good class of yearling ewes here in our tuna show. I'm starting out with a yearling ewe that I think by far is the tallest frame ewe, and you take that into account right away, and you almost want to discredit her because of that. But I think when you get your hands on her is where this ewe really excels. I think she's the smoothest over that top. She percentages back the longest when we talk about that last rib. She's the squarest and truest out over that rump. She's standing on really good feet and legs all the way through. Just a really nice ewe in my mind to start this class off with, and a really deep class all the way down through. Our ewe here in second, you really like for that length of body, that levelness of top. As you see her, she's really pretty about that head and leg. She just doesn't maybe quite have the levelness right out over that dock, or quite the amount of loin percentage is our first place ewe, but an exceptional ewe in our own right. I think our yearling ewe here in third follows along very similar in that overall makeup as we see her out here today. Once again, not maybe quite as wide over that loin as we talk about our first two ewes ahead of her, but a really good ewe. A long-bodied ewe here in fourth. She just wants to drop that drop that top just a little bit as we see her out here today. It's a little different set in that hock as we view her out here versus the three ewes ahead of her, but an exceptional ewe in her own right. A really good fronted, really fancy ewe here in fifth. She just gives up too much as we view her from that side. I'd like to square up on those rear legs a little bit in relation to the ewes ahead of her, but a really good, really deep class all the way down through. I think they all deserve a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Tunis Early Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 14, Shambo 405, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 17, Moms Tunis MTP 696, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry 16, Avery Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Fourth to 22, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. And fifth to entry 13, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
In this class of Montedale ewes, we definitely have some differences, and we're going to talk about those differences just a little bit. These top two ewes are definitely different. So you can be a blind man with a cane can see that, and I understand that. I like to be as consistent as possible. But we got two females that, in my estimation, are very similar if we're not even looking at size. The ewe lamb that's going to win the class is definitely the largest frame sheep out here, and that's okay. For me, she's plenty big enough. She might be a little bit too big for me. But here's a female with a lot of size that's really cool when you're analyzing her up through the front end. She's got some width of base to her for a big sheep you really have to like. You like the way she comes off the top of the shoulders. You like the way she comes out through the top of that shoulder in through her rack for that much size to her. She's got a lot of Springer rib in her. I really like that. She's got some depth into her. She's got some depth of flank. And when you get back out behind her, she's one of the, between the second place ewe and her, she's the widest hipped ewe and the widest based ewe. And I really appreciate that. I think when we get some of these bigger sheep, we just forget all about width the base, and we watch these sheep walk around and they go all over the board. It's because they're not wide enough base to get around there. For a big sheep, she sure does that. She's very complete. I like that. She's going to be first. The second place ewe is, for me, is I like her a lot. She's got a great body shape to her. She's really long spine, big hip. But when we analyze her, we just need to extend her up. She's really starting to get full in the center portion of that chest. She's really starting to mature out just a little bit too early when we're analyzing her up against the one right above her. But here's a female that's extremely wide base, extremely sound. I think we really need to take a look at these kind of females and be able to use them, inserting them with the rams that you have, because she's got an awesome shape out through that dock section. She's got an awesome shape, a muscle shape, and flank shape that we really need to take a look at no matter what breed we're in and be able to use that. I think she's way too good to do anything more than put her in second. Congratulations. The ewe in third is more similar to the type and kind and size as the ewe is going to be in first. But when we get up on top of her, she really wants to break in through that shoulder area. I sure want to give this ewe more dimension of shape and dimension of width of top and base, be able to move her up. But another extended ewe, another pretty female, get some weight on this ewe and keep her growing to a yearling ewe. She'll fill out and be very nice. I just like to change a little bit today to get her any higher. Then another complete type of female here to be in fourth. For this particular female, I like her shape. I like her depth of rib and depth of flank. Get back behind her. I'd sure like to raise her dock up in the air, just extend her out a little bit more from flank to flank to be able to move her up. But another high quality female to be out here in this class. Congratulations to each and every one of you.
Placing on the Montedale Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to 24, Van Horn, 14-13-6. Jansen Van Horn of Garfield, Kansas. Second to 21, Smith, 14-07. Ariel Watson, Salesville, Ohio. Third to 22, Austin Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. And 4 to entry 23, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas.
think as what was mentioned in the ring next to me on an earlier class today, I think our 4 late yearling ewes out here in our tuna show would make that good judging class. You want to look at them really quick and say, oh, they're very similar, but I think there's some pretty big differences as we see them out here and view them. I'm starting with the ewe. I think is the levelness about her overall top. She's got the most muscle over that loin as we view her, and then when you get down to that lower part of the leg, just a lot of muscle. She frails up as we talk about in her bone structure a little more than I'd like as we see her out here today, but I think just the most complete ewe standing on the best feet and legs. A really level-bodied, long-bodied ewe here in the second. She just gets narrower as we get our hands on her over that loin in relation to our first place ewe to get up any higher, but I think a really good sound ewe all the way down through. Really fancy ewe here in third as we talk about the front end, how she ties that neck into that shoulder. We really like that. She gets that head up as we move her around here. She's just giving up too much of that power of the 2 ewes ahead of her in my mind. I'd like to straighten her up in those hocks too to get her up any higher in this class today. And then a really big ribbed ewe here in fourth to round out the class. She just gets a little coarser about her neck shoulder junction as we view her out here today. I'd like to change the set on those rear legs a touch, but we'd like her for that overall depth of side and that broodiness that we see here today. A really nice class of late yearling ewes.
We get into these junior ewe lambs, and again, as I said in the earlier classes, we've got nice sheep all the way down. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of time. We can't talk about each and every one of them, but I think we've got a lineup here that I'm certainly very happy with. I think the ewe that wins for me, again, she's really complete, big in terms of her bone work, large in terms of her frame size, long in terms of her body length, really nice about her fleece, a nice winner for me. People are going to say, well, look at the one he's got in second. She's probably one of the littlest ones out here, and what's he doing with her? But I tell you what, folks, this is probably the nicest made Columbia that's walked in this ring. Yes, she's not going to be a big one when it's all said and done, but we have to appreciate the fact that she is made extremely well and extremely right. I have no problem saying she's not going to be a 38, 39-inch yearling ewe next year, but I think that at 36 or even 35, she's going to be big enough, and she's good, and she deserves to stand up here. Congratulations, young lady. The next ewe that comes in line, a big, long-bodied ewe, a female that kind of is a little piecier at this point in time. She wants to be a little heavier fronted than, and part of that's wool, and I'm not criticizing any kind of trim jobs or anything. I think if we'd have pulled a little more off there, we would have neatened her up just a notch. But again, she's super long bodied. Again, maybe one that I'd like to see just a notch more depth in relationship to her frame size. A ewe that's maybe a little more questionable in terms of her fleece. She changes just a notch more than our 2 that are going to stand above her. Ewe that comes in fourth, same could be said in terms of her fleece, just a notch in terms of her change. A sheep I read as being really big boned and has a lot of rib and volume to her. I think she stands here in fourth. The young ladies ewe that rounds out our top 5, probably going to be one of the more extended extreme ones come next year. Again, she changes just a little bit as you get down lower on her side. Maybe just a notch more refined than some of the constituents up here at the top of the line. But again, a nice set of junior ewe lambs all the way down. Congratulations.
For the Columbias, we are now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Columbia ewe. Following that, we'll do best pair. That pair can be a mixed pair. And then we'll do best fleece. And then we're going to go into the Border Leicester show. So following this championship drive for you, there'll be best pair of lambs, any sex or combination, then best fleece, and then we'll go into the Border Leicester show. Placing on the Tunis class of late yearling ewes, now ready for slick shorn ewes over there, yearling ewes. Placing on that class of late yearling ewes, first to entry 26, Shambo 427, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 24, RQL Farms 1329, Kyle McCulley at Glenn, Pennsylvania. 3rd place to 28, Avery Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. And 4 to 25, J.C. Coors, New Holland, Illinois. For the Columbia class of junior ewe lambs, 1st place in that class goes to entry number 39, Highway C197, Alec Balmer of Minduro, Wisconsin. 2nd place to entry 42, KF Acres 1447, Haley Meyer, Decatur, Illinois. 3rd place to entry 27, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. 4th place to entry number 38, Jessica Monty, Kewanee, Illinois. And 5th place to entry 36, Chloe Nelson, Canton, Illinois.
You've got an exceptional class of fitted Hampshire yearling ewes here. There's a lot of ewes in this class that certainly have done their fair share of winning across the country, and deservedly so. You know, the cliche is there's not a bad one in the class, but it actually fits in this case. A very good class of Hampshire yearling ewes that the young people and the breeders should be proud of. Very competitive. I like the ewe to start the class with. She has some of the bone work and some of the length of side, particularly the strength of top that we have in several of these top placing ewes. What she does better than most is put those pieces together in an ultra attractive package. She's really sound on her feet and legs. She's got more than enough bone to be adequate for me. Where she excels is she's got a tick more extension. She runs uphill. And when you handle her down her top, she doesn't disappoint you a bit. Shown in what I consider to be an appropriate amount of condition and fleece for this time of year, I think she fits the bill to a real high degree. 2 ewes that are a little bit different from our 1st place ewe, but similar to each other in 2nd and 3rd. 2 ewes that have more bone. They're big old, really rugged, really big-footed kind of ewes. Ewes with a lot of capacity and a lot of rib. Not quite the femininity through the front end that we have in our 1st place ewe. The 2nd place ewe profile's real nice. Her underline and her top line are really parallel. I like that about her. Just not quite the extension that we have in our 1st place individual. Ewe in the 3rd hole kind of looks a lot like her. Maybe not quite as sound, maybe not quite as balanced as our 2nd place ewe, but 2 ewes that fit together very nicely. We get into our ewe in 4th. She's a difficult ewe for me. I like this ewe. She's probably as sound and as wide a tracking as our ewe that heads out the class. Doesn't appear to be quite as heavy boned as what we have in our 1st place ewe. Maybe not quite as showy. But as you analyze her structure, you handle her down her top, watch her walk, there's a fair bit of real mass and thickness in this ewe, so she works her way up into this top group rather nicely. There's times the ewe in 5th place really caught my eye, and I was like, all right, this ewe's going to go a long way today. I love her bone work, I love her balance, shown in a moderate amount of fleece, shown in a moderate amount of condition. I appreciate both those things. When she walks and when she sets up, those hocks aren't always quite where I'd like them to be, but I tell you what, nice class of Hampshire yearling ewes. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We'll bring out our females for the Champion Columbia Youth, and I think, again, I'm real satisfied with what we were able to pull out of the junior show to bring out here. For me, I think this yearling ewe is our pretty handy champion. Congratulations, young man. We'll come back here and use our spring. I think she most closely follows our type and con. Congratulations to you, young lady. Taking nothing away from our seconds and our remaining first. Again, a nice set of females. Congratulations.
All right.
Champion ewe for the Columbia show goes to the 1st place yearling ewe, Highway C 180, entry number 20, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. Reserve champion to the 1st place junior ewe lamb, entry 39, Highway C 203, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin.
Here in the Montedale ring, really a nice class of females to evaluate. And again, like we've had in the other classes, some differences. For me, the class winner from kind of the get-go was the ewe lamb that's going to win the class. Really like her extension. I like the way this female is made up through the front end. She's going to be a powerful yearling ewe. You know, like in that last class, when we talk about big sheep, I expect big sheep to be wider based than small sheep, because they need to have that structure underneath of them. And here's a female, when you watch her walk out away from you, she's the widest based female out here. Love her head, I love the presence and the femininity she has from the shoulder all the way up through her neck and extension. Then we get out and through her top, she sure is a nice long spine female really a wide hip, and you get your hands in her, she's got a lot of natural thickness, and off the side, she's pretty cool. The ewe lamb in second is really a fresh ewe lamb off to the side, another long spine female. Doesn't have quite the presence about her, and when you're analyzing her up through that front end, she wants to round off a little more at the point of the shoulder and doesn't come up with as much expression up through her front end and through her neck junction as a ewe lamb that's in first. But here's a female that's going to continue on and doesn't surprise you when you get back behind her, especially into that dock area as we get into the ewe lamb that's in third. Ewe lamb in third, another long spine female. Like her on her foot, I like her bone size. Get up on top of her. She's got some width of top into her width of hip, but you get back into her dock area and there's a lot of wool there. And if you shear her off, she's going to be the narrowest pinched ewe into that dock area, and she's also the lowest vulva ewe out here in the top three. I sure like to change that about her. She'll continue on and be a good-bodied ewe. I like the shape she has, dimension into that center portion, that rib all the way down into that flank area. Another nice ewe to be in third. Ewe in fourth, a real complete type of a sheep. Awesome top, really big hip. She's got some natural dimension to her, muscle shape. We just need to have her blown apart more into that shoulder. She's too tight. She's into that top, in that shoulder, into that base, into that leg down to the top and the bottom. Another nice female. Then around off the top five, really a nice female off to the side. I got to change her head structure in order to get her any higher today, but another nice class all the way through. Let's give these young people a round of applause. It's on.
As we see out here in our Slick Shore Tunis class, we know when you take off the wool, it exposes everything that's there and looking at it. And I think for that and so many reasons, our first place ewe just wins this class really easily. As soon as she walked out, when you talk about a ewe with some length side as we view her, some levelness about that overall design. She's the widest as we talk about that hip and levelest out over that dock. Just a really good sound ewe to start this class with, in my mind. I think our ewe in second, I'll grant's probably a little longer as we talk about, and that extension up through her neck. She's just not as level right behind that shoulder, not quite as wide out over that dock over our first place ewe, but a really good ewe in her own right. Our ewes here in second, or excuse me, in third and fourth, ewes that are a little more coarse in their overall makeup versus those two ewes ahead of her. I'm using the really long-bodied ewe here in third. Ewe that you see her as we get her out here from nose to tail is the longest probably of the top five. She just gets coarser over that top and down through center part of that chest to get up any higher in my mind. Our ewe here in fourth, once again, shortens up as we view her from the side some. She's the heaviest muscle. We talk about the center part of the leg of any of our top five up here today. We just need to level over that top and give her some overall length of body. Really fancy ewe here to round out our top five. She's just giving up too much of the power as we talk about these ewes ahead of her. When we talk about that femininity up through that front end and that cleanliness about that shoulder, gets her up into this top group. A nice group of Tunis Slick Shore yearling ewes.
Placing on the class of best pair of lambs for the Columbias. Our winner in that class, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. We're now ready for our best fleece class in the Columbias. Border Leicester exhibitors, please have your early ram lambs, early white division ram lambs ringside and ready. We'll show the entire white show and then we'll go to the natural colored Border Leicesters. Placing on the class of yearling ewes for the Hampshires, these are fitted yearling ewes. First place to entry 37, Caskey, 36-28, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Second place to entry 34, J&E Hamps, 2-24, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. Third to entry number that's whoever's recording out here in this ring needs to fix it. Placing on the Tunis Slick Shorn yearling ewe class, first place to 29, RQL Farms 1308, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 34, Swihart 1306, Kaylin Swihart, Perrysburg, Ohio. Third to entry 36, Portia Kellums, Hillsboro, Indiana. 4 to 33, Portia Kellums, Hillsboro, Indiana. And 5 to 30, Morgan Muncie, Lafayette, Indiana. Going back to those yearling ewes for the Hampshires, third place went to L&L 49 Larson, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Fourth place to entry 33, Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. And 5 to entry number 41, Bobbendreyer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. I wouldn't throw you in the bus. It's like I don't have cars to stop here. I knew you probably were right. You've done this before, this Western Rodeo. Placing on the Monadale's January ewe lambs, first to 28, Temple G67, Brian Temple, Serena, Illinois. Second place to 32, Bond Dunn 1281, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. Third to 27, Austin Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. 4 to 26, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. And 5 to 33, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. What I'm saying is
Columbia show in our best fleece class. It certainly, again, has been my pleasure to have the opportunity to evaluate the junior breeding sheep show. Starting off with the Columbias, it was one of the many breeds that I actually had raised under my belt. And so congratulations to all of you exhibitors and to parents that are standing behind the lines. It's really been a nice show, and hopefully those of you that are staying here for the open show in just a couple of days, you'll have continued success there. So congratulations. I'll go out and select. We only have one winner, but everybody else is going to be second.
Nice class of Hampshire Fall ewe lambs. Top 2 ewes in this class are some of the better ones you'll find. I think they're 2 ewes that are really flashy, really feminine, pretty sound about their feet and legs, handled with some lengths aside. Really nice pair of ewe lambs. I think the advantage to our first place ewe, when you handle her down her top, she's a tick stronger down that top line. Rarely does the spine leave your hand. I think I like the way she moves off those rear legs. She's got some nice bone work, not carrying any extra condition, just a pretty good kind of fall ewe lamb. Ewe in second place, I like the head. She's really a pretty flashy Hampshire ewe. Going to show you a lot of depth and spring of rib. A ewe that I really like, a ewe that moves around the ring pretty well. Maybe a tick higher in her flank than what our first place ewe is. Got her looking like $1 million today. The lamb in third place kind of more closely follows these in terms of type and kind. Maybe not quite as much total package there, but from a soundness and balance perspective, she follows these first 2 rather nicely. Long-sided, long-spined ewe that's pretty feminine, a little greener maybe than some of the others. One of the larger frame ewes in fourth, a very extended ewe, a little piecier, doesn't tie together quite as well. Maybe like to change her on her rear wheels just a little bit today, but a nice class of fall ewe lambs.
Here in the Montadale ring, another nice class of ewe lambs, some ewe lambs that I think changed just a little bit. I think the combination female for me is the class winner, a ewe lamb that maybe not quite as wide as base, maybe as when we get back behind her, maybe is our second place ewe lamb. But here's a ewe lamb that's got a lot of extension up through her front end. She's very youthful about her appearance. We get on top of her. She's got some width of top and some width of hip. And I really like the way she comes out through that dock. She's really level out through that dock with a lot of natural thickness when we analyze her down through the center portion of that leg. Kind of comes together once we start to sort them out in different areas for me to be in first. The ewe in second, when we start to analyze her up against the ewe that's going to be in third, I just think she's a lot more fresher of appearance. She's got a little bit different shape to her. She's got some more depth into that rib area, but yet it's got some grow to her when you analyze her off to the side when we analyze the ewe that's in third. She's not as long as spined ewe as we see in the ewe in third, but I think when we get out in that hip area, she's wider hip. She's got more natural levelness out through her hip than the ewe that's going to be in third. Ewe in third is extremely long spined. I do appreciate that about her. She wants to round a little bit more for me when we start to analyze her from the top of that shoulder down to the center portion of that leg. She is the most mature ewe that's out here in this particular class, and with that being said, I like to see more natural thickness to her when we get out through her dock. Really wants to drop off. If you cheer her out, she'd really drop off more so than the 2 right above her, and I'd sure like to give her a little bit more natural depth into her and give her a little bit more width to base, but another nice sheep to be in third. Then around off the class, real complete kind of a sheep. I'd sure like to lengthen out from flank to flank, level her up just a little bit more, and I like to sure change her head in order to get her higher. But overall, a nice class to use all the way through.
I think we have 5 really good ewes out here in our tuning show. I think it gets really close as we talk about these first 2 ewes. I'm using our ewe in first, but a ewe I think is just a touch leveler right behind that shoulder. She's a little wider over that loin, and then in my mind she's the heaviest muscle as we get in that hardness in that center part of the leg. For me, just a really good ewe to start this class. I'll grant I'd maybe like to lengthen her as we view her from the side, especially in comparison to our second place ewe, but an extremely good ewe in her own right. Once again, our ewe here in second is that really long-bodied ewe. We really appreciate her for that spring and rib as we see her out here today. She just gets a little softer down in that leg. She wants to roach that top when we get her out here on the move, but a really, really good ewe in her own right. Our ewe here in third, I think, follows along very similarly to these 2 ewes as we talk about a bold ewe, a ewe that gets a little coarser as we talk about down the bottom of that chest floor. She's sitting a little softer on those pasterns versus the 2 ewes ahead of her for me today to get her up any higher. Really feminine, really pretty ewe here in 4th, a ewe we like for that. I really like that extension up through the front end. She's just given up too much of the power of those 3 ewes ahead of her for me today to get up any higher, but I think a really good ewe in her own right. And then our ewe lamb to round out this class, once again, she's a really young appearing lamb. She's just giving up too much of the size and muscle of those ewes ahead of her, but a really good class all the way down through. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Placing on the best fleece for the Columbia show is entry number 33 out of the junior ewe lamb class, Key 591, Megan Embody, Bluffton, Ohio. That does conclude the Columbia show on results. Placing on the Tunis senior ewe lamb class, first went to entry 41, Speldy 2227, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 40, G. Matthews, Morgan Muncie, Lafayette, Indiana. Third place to entry 42, Avery Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4 to 37, Jonah Utzig of Milton, Wisconsin. And 5th to 38, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland. Placing on the class of February ewe lambs for the Monadales, 1st to 36, 3J Kurz, 756, Alex Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. 2nd to 35, Van Horn 1449, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. And 3rd to 37, Miranda Nelson of Kingston, Illinois. 4 to 38, Ariel Watson, Salesville, Ohio.
Nice way to start off our Border Leicester show with our early buck lambs. We've got just a single entry here, but what a good one he is. Super long-bodied, really nice in terms of his feet and leg structure. You open up his fleece and really nice and bright. Lots of character in uniform from front to rear. We'll look at him a little closer as we bring back our bucks later on for the champion.
Placing on the Border Leicester White Division early Ram Lambs, first to entry 1, Taylor 14029, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. We're now ready for our class of late Ram Lambs, White Division Border Leicester late Ram Lambs to the ring.
in this class of March Monadale ewe lambs. We've got 3 very useful females in this particular class with some differences. I really like the youthfulness about the ewe lamb that's going to win it. Really fresh in her pattern, really fresh in her design when we're analyzing her, the amount of conditioning she's got over her top and down into that rib. I like the way she presents herself off to the front end. She's one of those high extended females when you're analyzing her from the front end, really level out through that spine and especially out through the hip. Maybe don't like her when we watch her move. She doesn't come together quite as well as a ewe lamb that's going to be in second, but I sure like her usefulness to keep her in first. The ewe lamb in second's really a wide base female. She's got a big foot, she's got a big bone in her, a little more common about her head. I sure like to make her a lot more feminine when we're analyzing her in through her head, especially down through that shoulder. She wants to round off a little bit more. She's starting to get a little more too much chest into her for a March ewe lamb. She's going to, I don't think, has near as much grow into her. She's going to be one of those big volume ewes. You really appreciate that. But I sure like to just change her femininity about her to be able to move her today any higher. The ewe lamb in third, another youthful type of ewe. Got a lot of great pieces in her. We don't see as much dimension when we're analyzing shape into the top of that shoulder, in through that rib. And when we get back behind her, she's not as true in her movement in through her hock area as the 2 right above her. But I think you give this ewe some time, get some feet into her and grow her out, she's going to make an extremely nice yearling ewe because she has the right shape to her. And good class of ewes all the way through. Thank you.
Nice class of Hampshire January ewe lambs. A ewe to start the class with that certainly puts a lot of good pieces together. She's got a lot of bone, she's got a lot of length aside. She handles with probably as much width and thickness down her top as any ewe in the class. We really like that about her. Good breed type, tracks really well. Ewe in second place is a ewe that caught my eye when she walked in. Love her balance, love her extension. Really like the way that neck sits on top of her shoulders. Going to be a little short-sighted maybe for some people, but man, is she cool down her top, and really like the way she's put together. Ewe we have in third, probably going to be a larger yearling than either of the 2 that we have ahead of her. Profile's real nice, a really trim-made, youthful ewe. Pull her apart at those rear hocks to tick more consistently. We can roll a little further with it today. The ewe in fourth place fits in kind of nicely. You lay your hands on her top. She's one of the thicker topped, heavier muscled ewes in this top group. Like that about her. Getting a little coarser, a little more conventional through that front 1/3 relative to the 3 that we have above him. Nice class of Hampshire January ewe lambs.
Placing on the Monadale class of March ewe lambs, first place to entry 41, Clayman 1483, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. Second to 42, Shiloh Farms 0413, Austin Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. And third to entry 40, Ariana Hinkle of New Holland, Illinois. Placing on the Hampshire class of fitted January ewe lambs, first to entry 56, Hickman 1085 RR, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Second to 63, Held 141518, Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Third to entry number 60, Aaron Held. Fourth to entry 59, Tyler Marchek, Federalsburg, Maryland. And 5 to entry 61, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois.
We get into our late border Lester Bucks, and we've got an awfully good one to lead us off. I think he's super extended up through his front end, really nice in terms of his feet and leg structure. Really good down his top. You open up his fleece, and certainly a lot of luster, uniformity from front to rear. He just pretty much walks away from the class, and not getting critical, but then we start to have some sheep that I need to change a notch. The ram that comes next in line, I think in terms of his completeness, he fits in here. He's just a notch sounder than the rest of them. He does want to bow his top up, particularly right there in his loin. I'd like to change that about him. I think in terms of his fleece, he's good and sound about that. I see him as being the most fault-free of the 4 that we've got to work with. Ram that's going to stand here next in line, big in terms of his top. He gets a little pinched at his heart girth. I'd like to change that about him. excuse me, a little easier right there behind his shoulders. He's just a little bolder about his shoulders. You certainly love the length of the body and the bone that he brings to the table. Nice in terms of his fleece. He does change a little in terms of his lower britch. We'd like to change that about him, but most of these sheep are going to do that a notch. Again, we just need to change him right there, up there and through his front end and shoulder. Ram that comes next in line, a super long-bodied kind of a sheep that's got a lot of meat and muscle. He doesn't want to handle his back end quite as nicely as the three that are going to stand in above him. Like to change that. I think he's got just the advantage in total overall length of body and mass in terms of muscle structure than a ram that does round out the class. The ram that gives up the most in terms of his length and width, the hind saddle, like to change that. Nice set of bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of late ram lambs for the white division of the Border Leicester Show. First place to entry 6, Taylor, 14079, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 5, C Deacon, 1969 RR, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Third place to entry number 4, McKenna Young, Prairie City, Illinois. 4 to entry 3, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry 7, Connor and Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware.
In the Monadale ring over here on your slick shorn sheep, we've got some differences out here in these particular females. When we slick them out, we still need to have a product on there, and we still need to make them correct. And for the ewe I'm going to use here, she's the most correct when we're analyzing her shape and dimension and levelness out through her top. I think we need to keep that in consideration. She's really nice out through her hip. She's not the biggest volume ewe out here in this particular class, but a ewe has the right kind of shape to her shoulder. She's got the right kind of dimension and in through her rib and in through her flank. She's going to continue on, and I think this is going to be the best ewe made out as a yearling ewe. The ewe lamb in second's got a lot more volume to them when we're analyzing her, but we need to bring her together. She kind of gets a little piecey for you when you get back behind that shoulder. She just wants to drop off. I like her dimension of rib and her flank. We just need to give her more levelness out through that top area in order to be able to move her any higher and take some of that smut off of her legs to be able to move her any higher too. Ewe lamb in third, another big high volume type of a female. But here when we get back behind her, we just need to give her more squareness of hip, more levelness of dock in order to be able to move her any higher today. But overall, a nice class. Congratulations.
And sometimes I lose the mic to age, apparently. But as we come out here in our ewe lamb show, we have 3 ewes to start this class. 3 very dissimilar ewes, and so you pick and choose as you go through them out here today. I don't think there's enough differences as we see them out here. You could probably flip these around for different reasons, and I could understand it. This is how I'm going to see them today. I'm starting with the ewe I think is the most complete, as we talk about a really good fronted ewe. A ewe that's got some length of body. When she gets fighting, she's going to roach that top up, but when she gets set up, she's really level and true over those shoulders. And then what really gets her into the top of in my mind, is when you get your hands on her. You talk about from that last rib back, the highest percentages we view her out versus these top 3 ewes, and just a really good sound ewe to start this class with. Our ewe lamb here in second, I think, follows along as we talk about that overall percentage. She's one of the heavier muscled ewes as we talk about in that lower leg. That's what's going to get her into second for me today. But I'd need to get her to stand straighter and truer off those rear legs to get up any higher today as we view her. A really powerful ewe here in third, a ewe you like for that. She just gets quite a bit coarser about that lower part of the chest for me, a little rounder out over that dock, and changes how she sits on those rear pastures just a touch. But we really like this ewe for that width the top, that width the loin, and width the rump as we see her out here to get up in the top part of this class. Our ewe lamb here in fourth just gives up some of that overall size and scale versus those ewes ahead of her, but we really like how she ties in that neck into that shoulder. She's really pretty about that front end, and as she lays out, she's just giving up too much of that size and scale versus these ewes ahead of her. And then our ewe lamb here in fifth to round out our top group, very similar in that aspect. Once again, she just gets shorter as we talk about from nose to tail versus these ewes ahead of her, but a good deep class all the way down through.
Thank you. Not a lot of numbers here again for our Border Leicester show, but again, I think we've got some good ones. I think if you paid any attention, it's pretty easy for me. This guy right here sticks out like a sore thumb. He's going to be your champion ram. I think just an awfully good one. From there, it becomes a little more give and take. I think we've just got a notch more completeness in design in our fall buck lamb. He'll be your reserve champion. Congratulations, ladies. Taking nothing away from our second, I think just a nice sheep, as I said, in his class. Maybe just a thing or two we'd like to change about him, but nice set of sheep. Congratulations, kids.
Placing on the class of Slickshorn Spring Ewe Lambs for the Monadales. First went to entry 47, Van Horn, 1463. Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. Second to 46, Clayman, 1446. J.C. Coors, New Holland, Illinois. Third to entry 45, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. For the Tunis, our January ewe lamb class, first to entry 44, Shambo 444, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second to 45, RQL Farms 1405, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third place to 49, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. 4 to 43, Brianna Taylor, Shirley, Massachusetts. 5 to 46, Kaylin Swihart, Perrysburg, Ohio. For the Border Leicester White Division, our grand champion ram went to the first place late ram lamb. Entry number 6, Taylor, 14079, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. The reserve grand champion was our first place early ram lamb. Entry 1, Taylor, 14029, Callie Taylor of State College, Pennsylvania. Also, we have the Monadale Futurity announcement and placing, but the winner of the Monadale Futurity is Alex Coors with Clayman, 14139. Alex is from New Holland, Illinois.
I think Stoltman, I'll do one page for him, but I think that's a scratch. But I think, let me see, it's an Eli. On the Border Leicester show for our yearling ewe class in the white division, entry number 9 of Eli Stoltman. Last call. Well, call him 1 5.
as they announced earlier on, I'm a pastor. It's not sermon time yet, but it might be. I think we need to put our hands together and give these young people a round of applause for bringing a super set of females out here for your Monterdale show. We've got some differences when we sit and look at them, and I appreciate that as we've gone down through each one of these classes. But what I've really appreciated is that these females have got some body shape. They're females that got some width of base to them, some width of chest to them, but still very feminine, very angular as we're looking at them from that center portion of that shoulder all the way up to the top, and the way these sheep come out is level out through that hip. Really, really like the first places in all these classes. You know, we can sure talk about them a long time. I really appreciate the slick-sheared ewe. You know, sometimes you get some of these breeds and you slick them out and you just do it because they do it. Here's a female, and I need to talk a little bit about that because I think this is really important for your breed. When we slick them out, we really see what we got. I like this female a whole lot. I mean, you put some wool on her, and she's still going to be a very good one, and I really appreciate that about her. When we start to analyze all these females from top to bottom, we've got 2 or 3 that's out here that's really close when we start to analyze them. And we're looking at them. I'm going to talk about 2 or 3 of them very quickly. The yearling ewe here, the fitted yearling ewe, I sure like the way this ewe's made. I like her rib shape. I like the way she comes off the top of the shoulder, and she comes back with more power out through that hip. She's really level. She's got a lot of natural thickness to her. She's got some room for some babies in there, and she's got some longevity to her, and I think that's what we really need to take a look at when we're looking at it from the ground all the way up through. Really a nice ewe. I've talked already about the slick-shorn ewe. I think she's right into that hunt. I'd probably like to level her out over that rump area, over that dock area a little bit more to be a little bit more competitive up against the ewe right above her. But here's an awfully good female to look at. Inner clothing that's short fleeced. I appreciate that about her. We get down in here to the fall ewe lamb. Another great shape to her, really a wide base female. She's got some elevation. She's got more elevation to her than we do the yearling ewe. But with that being said, for a fall ewe lamb, I'd like to maybe give her a little bit more body when we start to analyze her up against maybe a couple of the rest of them. We get in this January lamb. She's awfully good. She's got a cool look to her. I liked her in class. When we step back and we analyze her, she's going to be a ewe that's going to continue on and grow. She's going to get plenty big enough for me. And I think we need to keep that in consideration when we're putting these females together. You know, are we putting a lot of money into feed-wise? But here's a female that's going to continue to get a little bit better. If I change her, I like to give her a little more width of base when we analyze her from the front end. I asked this young man to move her front leg out just a little bit more as I can compare her up against maybe a couple of the other ones. But an awfully good female to look at. Again, a super set of females. Your breed's doing a great job. Again, let's give these young people a round of applause. I'll go out and select your champion, reserve champion ewe.
This Hampshire fitted February ewe lamb class, several nice ewes well down deep into the class. We got a ewe to start the class with. It's got a big bone. She's got a lot of foot to her. She's a really long-sided ewe. You combine that with she's one of the 2 or 3 straightest top ewes in the class, and I think she works pretty well to start this class. She's probably as big or bigger maybe than we need to have, but there's just an awfully lot of good in that big to go ahead and feel comfortable using her as you watch her stride around the ring, watch the way she holds herself together. Pretty nice kind of ewe. Ewe we have in second follows her from a bone and structure standpoint. Again, a big-footed ewe, a ewe with just a tremendous amount of breed type, a ewe that I really like the way that neck comes out of her shoulders, holds herself together really nice on the move, sets up pretty nice, maybe not quite as strong down her top as the ewe we have right ahead of her, but a ewe that's just got a lot of rib shape, a lot of depth in rib, but still has some youthfulness and femininity about her. We get into our ewe in third, again, a real flashy ewe. The ewe that really caught my eye when the young man brought her into the ring, a ewe that I like her breed type, I like her balance. Maybe not quite as consistent off those front wheels as the 2 ewes we have right above her, but that's being picky of an awfully nice ewe. Ewe we have in fourth, really straight and strong down that top. When you lay your hands on her, you like the way it dials in. A ewe that sits down on all 4 corners really nicely. Some thickness out over that loin and hip that we like. I'd like to make her just a little cleaner through that front end. She wants to get a little low fronted or a little ewe-necked when you set her in motion, but a nice class of February ewe lambs.
Open class exhibitors, we want to remind you, you need to get your registration papers after today, if you're showing tomorrow, you've got till 5 o'clock, and then if you haven't done it, those entries will be scratched.
For the Monadales, our champion ewe goes to entry number 14, first place yearling ewe, 3J Coors 722, Austin Coors, New Holland, Illinois. The reserve champion was first place January ewe lamb, entry 28, Temple G67, Brian Temple, Serena, Illinois.
We need Young Flock in the ring for Monadales.
For the Monadales, we're now ready for Young Flock. Young Flock for the Monadales. For the Hampshires, we're ready for March and later ewe lambs in the fitted division. Placing on the February ewe lambs in the fitted division for the Hampshires, first to entry 70, Mum 1424, Beau Mum of Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to entry number 78, Alf 4014, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Third to 71, Brant Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 79, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. And 5 to 68, Bobbendreyer Boys of Pipestone, Minnesota.
We get into our Border Leicester white yearling ewes, and I think, again, we've got some really good ones all the way down. Female that wins for me, I think, is just pretty handy up here, really nice in terms of her breed type, her bone, her footwork. You get your hands on her top. She's really solid and true. She's got a nice fleece from front to rear. I think a nice kind of a winner. Ewe that comes in second, obviously a little less, if you will, presentation to the fleece. She hasn't been rinsed, so what you see is what you get in terms of that. I think she's probably one of the most uniformed in terms of her fleece grade from front to rear. She maybe doesn't have quite the extension up to her front end. She's really true down her top. I certainly appreciate that about her. I think an awfully good female to stand here in second. The ewe that comes third in line, one of the longer made females out here. She wants to be just a notch low-fronted. She changes a little bit more as you work your way down in terms of her lower britch. We'd like to raise her up and kind of jack up her front end, and I think maybe we could move her out the line a bit. The ewe that comes next in line, just maybe a notch more of a hole right behind her shoulder, and as we get down into these other females, we've got some structure issues. She wants to be a little straight in terms of her hocks out here today. We'd like to change that. The ewe that comes next in line, excuse me, shortens up considerably when you get your hands on her hind saddle. I think, again, she's very nice in terms of her fleece. We just need to kind of explode her all the way around. As we round out the class, again, some changes in structure. We might be able to get those females moved up the line a bit.
In the Border Leicester show, the yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry 15, Vincent Farms 1324, Connor and Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Second to entry 11, Colin Deacon 13-18-71-RR, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Third place to 14, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. 4 to 13, Callie Taylor. And 5 to entry number 16, Connor and Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Now ready for Border Leicester early ewe lambs for the Border Leicesters in the white division.
Really deep, really good class of the Tunis ewe lambs out here. I'm starting with a really long body, really level-made ewe. A ewe that's very youthful, I think, in my mind. A ewe that's going to continue to go out and grow as she moves forward, but I think is really sound and true as we view her out here. And you really like when you get your hands on her, too. I'd like take maybe some of that color out of the wool, but as we view her, just a really good ewe all the way down through. think our ewe lamb here in second follows along very similar. She gives up just a notch as we talk about that overall length of side as we view her out here. A little bit of that muscle down in that lower part of the leg, but a really feminine, really attractive ewe to sit here in second. A really big ribbed ewe here in third, a ewe we like for that. She wants to break just behind those shoulders to get a little coarser right in the bottom part of that chest versus the two ewes ahead of her in my mind, but I think that's just very particular in what's a really good ewe in her own right. I think our ewe in fourth, as we see her out here today, she's carrying probably the most amount of cover as we view these top 5 ewes, and that's what's going to slide her into into fourth as we see her out here today, but a really good top ewe in her own right. And then a really fancy fronted ewe here in fifth to round out her top, a ewe that's really straight and true on all 4 legs as we view her out here today. She's just the softest and the lightest as we talk about. The muscle down in that leg is in comparison to the 4 ewes ahead of her, but when we talk about that levelness and length aside, a really good ewe lamb in her own right, all the way down through the class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Then I'll give them back those tunas.
We are ready for our Shoutdown show. It's coming.
Now ready to begin our Southdown show. We're ready for Southdown Senior Ram Lambs. Southdown Senior Ram Lambs into ring number 4. Placing on the Tunis February ewe lamb class, first place to entry 56, Shambo 464, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second place to 52, Macaulay 1402, Kyle Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to 60, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4 to 61, also Avery Spildy. 5 to 58, Madeline Mag of Ottawa, Ohio. We also are ready for March ewe lambs on the Tunis ring and early ewe lambs for the White Division Border Leicesters. Again, we're ready to begin our Southdown show. We need senior ram lambs. In the flock class for the Junior Monadale show, first place goes to Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. Second, Ariel Watson, Salesville, Ohio. Third, Abilene Gatson of Vandalia, Missouri. 4, Austin Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. And 5, Mirinda Nelson of Kingston, Illinois.
Oh, yeah. Final call. Final call, Southdown, Senior Ram Lane. Final call, Southdown, Senior Ram Lane. I'm going to count to 5. Oh, hell yeah. Southwest Recruiters want to let you know we won't be able to call classes in advance like we have been able to the other two. We got some of them now, Mike and I, and the board letter going. So, won't be calling you guys in that first class, senior Ram Lambs and Ram Lambs.
We get into our early or class of our ULAMs here for the Border Leicesters, and I think again we've got 5 females out there that could go and work in a whole lot of programs depending on where you were going with that particular program. I think the U that wins for me. There's a couple of things I'd kind of change just a little bit if I could. I'd like to maybe straighten her out and just in her hip just a notch, but I think in terms of the rest of her completeness, she's awfully good. She's easily the nicest in terms of my estimation, and in terms of her fleece and its uniformity, really extended up to her front end, nice in terms of her feet and legs and breed character. You that comes next in line, maybe just a notch longer appearing, and again maybe has the advantage in terms of her hip structure. She changes a little more in terms of that fleece grade, as does the U that's going to stand here in second. U that's going to be here or is in third. The U that's going to be here in second, I think, has the advantage in overall length of hind saddle, and that's where I think we've got to kind of draw the line between these two. Next U that comes in line, obviously the finest in terms of her grade. I'm not holding that against her. She shortens up in terms of her overall construction. We'd like to pull some of the smut off the back of her legs to really be able to make her a powerhouse. And then the young man's U that rounds out the class, easily shown in the most length of staples, so really an easy way to read that fleece. Really nice and pretty in terms of its makeup. In terms of the sheep herself, we'd like to raise her up to her front end and get her shoulder a little higher than her hip, put her into motion. She wants maybe to track just a little bit narrow, but again, a nice set of ULAMs. Congratulations to y'all.
Hampshire March ULAM class, some more structure issues that we have to address within this class, and so I think as we analyze some of the structure differences, the top 2 U's sort themselves to the top of the class rather easily for me. I really like the length of side in our first place U, and when you set the U in motion, she puts her back foot where her front foot used to be, better on her pass turns, tracks with more natural width behind, straight and strong down that top line. And when we're looking at March ULAMs, I don't want them to have a bunch of cover on them. They need to handle with some meat and have a little finish, but we don't want them to be really fat. And this shoe meets my ideal in terms of condition. If I was going to change her, I'd like to tighten her hide up a little bit when we get around her throat latch. The U in second place, a very well presented U, a U that's very, very stylish from the side. Really like the way that neck sits right up on top of her shoulder. Those kind of fun to show. We just need to pull her apart flank to flank a little bit relative to the U's we've got on either side of her. And we have a longer sided, big old boned U here in third. I like that about her. There's times I like this U quite a bit. Again, shorter fleece, straight and strong down that top. I like that about her. Just need to blow her apart at the hock when we get around behind her more consistently. Same issue on the hocks with our U in fourth. I'd like to blow her apart a little more. Love her bone, love her natural width and dimension down her top. She's shown in quite a bit more fleece than the U we have right ahead of her. That adds to her mass and rib, but she's got a fair bit of it anyway. But as we peel this U out, I don't think we're going to like the total package that we have in the 3 U's right above her quite as well. A nice class of Hampshire March ULAMs.
Here in the Southdown side, really a nice class winner to start off this show. I really like the foot size, the bone structure he has in him. Like the way he's got that shape to the center portion. That shoulder comes up extremely good up the top of the shoulder and up to that head. The nicest top sheep when we get him out here and we analyze these top 3, like these rib shape out through his loin, in through his hip. he has a cool look to him with a great walk when we watch him walk around the ring. I think when we look at the ram that's going to be in second, very much same in body style. Well, he wants to get a little straighter off of that shoulder, off of that front leg. I like to see some little more freedom of a movement when we're analyzing him, and he's not quite as deep in through that rib as we see the ram that's right ahead of him, and not as nice in through that top shape as we see the ram that just won the class. But he's more like the ram that won the class when we analyze the ram in third. Ram in third's a big extended type of a sheep. He's a narrower base with the less amount of rack shape and dimension of muscling. When we're analyzing him, I think as we grow this sheep out and get a little more condition on him, he'll be able to explode out a bit more, but we just need to have more shape to him today to compete with the other two. Nice class of rams. Thank you.
On the Southdown ring, we're now ready for January Ram Lambs. Southdown January Ram Lambs coming into the ring. Placing on the Border Leicester Early U Lamb class. First place in that class to entry 17, Taylor 13212, Callie Taylor of State College, Pennsylvania. Second to 21, Taylor 14043, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Third place to 18, Drew Thomas, Bowling Green, Ohio. 4 to 19, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry number 20, Ben Walmsley, Palmer, Illinois. On the Hampshire fitted March U Lamb class, first place to 85, Klug, Double H, 14162T, Dylan Klug of Grafton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 86, Riviera, 699676, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third place to entry 91, Kelsey Swanger of Richmond, Kansas. 4 to entry 81, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. And 5 to 87, Lindsay Shell, Midland, Ohio.
Oh, yeah, our Tunis U-Lamb ring. I think it's one of those phrases that gets overused when you talk about a class that's good all the way down through, and I think that's true in my mind, though. In this class of 7, I think even our 2 U-Lambs there that aren't on the side view, 2 exceptional U-Lambs, and they're all right all the way down through. But for my mind, starting the class with a U-Lamb that won it as she walked out here, just that really good, complete U, as we talk about that prettiness, that femininity about her front end, how she ties in that neck, that levelness and length of side as we view her out here today. She's not really extreme in any way. She's just good all the way down through. If I could, she maybe wants to turn those hocks in just a touch from now to again, but I think the overall goodness in this U just really gets her to the top in my mind. Our U-Lamb here in second is, in my mind, the most youthful appearing U. She's got the least amount of cover of any of these U's out here. Really green appearing U-Lamb. But I think as we talk about in relation to our first place U, that levelness and length of side as we view her out here today gets her up into the top. She just doesn't have quite the width of top and muscle down that leg of our first place U, but I think a U-Lamb that's got a really bright future as we see her going forward. A little bigger ribbed U here in third, I grant that. I think she gets a little coarser as we talk about through those shoulders versus our U-Lamb in second, but when you like that levelness and type and kind of this U-Lamb gets her way up into this top part of the class. Our U-Lamb here in fourth gets a little tighter up in that flank versus the 3 U's ahead of her, gets a little shallower in her muscle design down in that leg versus those 3 U's ahead of her, but I think really good when we talk about that levelness at top. And then our big ribbed U here in fifth, U just gets a little coarser in her overall makeup, carrying a little more condition in my mind for a U-Lamb at her age as we see her out here today. But when we like the power and that depth of side, gets her up into the top group. Really deep, really good class all the way through.
Southdown exhibitors, there is a split on your yearling U class. Southdown yearling U's will be split into 3 classes. The early class will be those animals born September 1 through and including January 31. That's the early. February 1 through February 28 will be your intermediate class, and March 1 and after will be your late class. Prior to and including January 31 for the early, February class as the intermediate, and March and later is your late. Try to make it as simple as we do.
Placing on the Tunis March U Lamb class, first to 64, Spildy 2570, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 63, BWLC 1418, Sarah Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. Third place to 68, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. 4 to 65, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. And 5 to 66, J.C. Coors, New Holland, Illinois. Placing on the senior Ram Lambs for the South Downs, first to entry 3, KDK 1315, Mr. Brightside, Dathan Smearcheck, Rochelle, Wisconsin. Second to entry 4, Oldenburg 4004, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And third to entry 5, Ayla Strasser of Crawfordsville, Indiana.
In this fitted Hampshire U-Drive, there's several nice females out here. It's been a very nice show. As breeders, exhibitors, and parents, you should be proud of them. I think as we analyze this group, you got a tremendous set of mature females. I think the young females show a lot of future. Admire the breed type, admire the brown. In those areas, the Hampshire breed has come a long way in the last 10 or 15 years, and it's really evident here today. Let's put our hands together. We'll go out and select our champion and reserve champion fitted ewes.
We get into our late class here for the Border Leicesters, and I think, again, nice females lead off the class. I think we've got a ewe that pretty much walks away with this. Again, really good in terms of her breed type, her head shape. She's nice on her feet and legs. Probably one of the finer end of the spectrum in terms of her grade, but a female that's just super complete, and she can't do anything but win for me. Ewe that comes next in line, obviously not as extended up to her front end, nor is she as long from end to end, maybe fairly close in terms of her bone work. I think she fits here just because she is a notch more complete in that she's got a little more depth. She's certainly got a better attitude than the ewe that's going to stand here in third, but I think we've got the advantage, and she's just got an absolutely gorgeous fleece, really uniform from front to rear, and that kind of is going to help carry her to the second hole. Obviously, the ewe with some attitude, this really long pattern, kind of a female. As I said, maybe if we could just see a notch more to her in terms of her rear flank and kind of drop her there as compared to her front end, maybe just balance her out just a notch more. Young man's ewe that's going to come here in fourth, again, maybe just a little plainer about her head. Again, one of the long stapled fleeces out here. She's a little higher at her hip than she is at her shoulder right now. We'd like to change that as we work our way down. Again, nice females all the way. Congratulations to y'all. Are you wanting this?
Again, Hampshire exhibitors, we're ready to begin your slickshorn portion, so we need January Ram Lambs.
I did it last year many times.
And on our Hampshire show, our champion ewe goes to the first place senior ewe lamb, entry 46, Mad River Valley, Hampshire's 171, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. The reserve champion goes to entry 47, Herrig 0970, Jessica Alp, Edgerton, Wisconsin. For the Border Leicesters, we're now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion White ewe. So we'll need those class winners and second place animals. No, I haven't. Placing, I called for that. Placing for the white division of our Border Leicester show, late ewe lambs, first place to 23. Taylor, 14055, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 27, Vincent Farms, 1425, Paige and Connor Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Third place to 22, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. 4 to 24, Ben Walmsley, Palmer, Illinois. And 5 to 25, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. We need Hampshire, January, Slickshorn, Ram Lambs. Hampshire, January, Slickshorn, Ram Lambs to the ring, please. Natural colored exhibitors, we will announce the splits on your two classes. You have a yearling ewe split and a junior ewe lamb split, but we'll announce that in just a few minutes, especially after we get through the white Leicesters and perhaps whenever we start with your natural colored rams.
Again, with the, as we started off with the Columbia's, not a whole lot of numbers, but certainly a lot of quality in this entire white show, and look forward to the colored border Leicesters as well. I think we've got 6 females out here that just really are awfully good, and these exhibitors certainly deserve a round of applause from those of you that are out here watching this ringside. I think, again, we could argue several different ways. I think there's a ewe out here in our yearling ewe. She's going to be your champion ewe. I think she's just awfully good. Congratulations to you, young lady. We're going to come back down here and use our late ewe lamb for our reserve. This lady gets to hold a little better behaved sheep at this point in time. But again, these other 4 sheep out here I think could go an awful long ways. Good luck to those of you that are going to be here for the open show later on in the week.
Now ready for white border Leicester best fleece class.
In our Slickshorn Tunis ewe lamb class out here, you pick and choose a little bit as we view and some differences of ages. I'm starting with you. I like when you view it from the side, that overall depth of side, that power that she's got in her top. She's got a lot of muscle over that loin and down into that leg. She's maybe not as long as we'd like some of them from over out nose to tail as we view them from the side, but I think just a lot of power, a lot of goodness you to start this class with. Our ewe lamb here in second is a really youthful ewe lamb. She's given up some days of age, and we talked to him out here, but I think she's a ewe that's got a really bright future, and we talk about that overall extension up through that front end, that cleanliness about her front end. When you get your hands on her, you really like her. She just rounds out over that dock a little bit too much for us today to get up ahead of our first place ewe, but I think a good ewe in her own right. Really long-bodied ewe here in third. Ewe just doesn't put it together in as nice a package as the 2 ewes ahead of her. Gets a little coarser through that chest, not carrying quite as much muscle down that lower part of the leg, but a really long-bodied, really good ewe in her own right. Our ewe lamb here in fourth follows along very similar in that overall makeup. She gets a little tighter up in that flank. I'd like to change how she comes out over that dock versus the ewes ahead of her to get up any higher. And then a ewe lamb to round out our top 5 here. She wants to break a little bit behind those shoulders. She's not she's not as powerful as these ewes ahead of her, but we really like her youthfulness and her squareness and her design as she's standing on her feet and legs. Really good class of ewe lambs all the way down through.
Our champion ewe on the white division of the border Leicesters came out of our yearling class. First place, entry 15, Vincent Farms, 1324, Connor and Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. On the reserve, it was the first place late ewe lamb, entry 23, Taylor, 14055, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Now showing best fleece, your next class will be going into the natural color division. We have a ram lamb class. That's all ram lambs.
In here in the south down side, really a nice class of rams all the way through. I think when we start to look at these top 2, I think they're fairly close. We got a little bit differences, man. We got a big made type of a sheep here to be in first. I love the way he looks from the ground all the way up. I like the way he lays into that shoulder. We'll start to look at that neck junction off the top of that shoulder, the way he lays in there. He comes back with a bigger rack than the ram that's going to be in second, and he's a little straighter over that loin area than we see in the ram that's going to be in second. I like the way this ram is depth of rib, he's depth of flank. He's got a lot of middle into him, but yet he's got a lot of youthfulness about him. He's going to continue on and grow and be quite a yearling buck. Maybe not quite as neat when we get back and look at him right at the dock area as the ram that's in second, but he sure has more width and more power when we get back behind him. Ram in second's really cool off to the side. He's a little shorter from that last rib back. And when we get right in that rib, loin area, he does come up about an inch shorter than the ram that's going to win the class. But I like him off the side. Just extend him out and give him a little more power. When we get up on top of him and through his rack, we probably can move him up. But really another good ram. The ram in third is really cool. He looks like one of the younger made sheep that's out here. I don't know. But here's a really cool sheep off the side. He's really fresh in his handling appearance. He's really wide based when you're analyzing this sheep for what he's got. He's got a great look to him. He just gets outpowered when we start to analyze this sheep up against the other two right above him. But here's a ram that's got a lot of neat pieces. Probably the nicest docked sheep that we have in the top 5. I like that about him. He's got some muscle shape. He's got the right look to him. He's going to continue on. There's a lot of things you can do with this sheep here within the breed that's going to improve it, and I really appreciate that kind of sheep. Thank you. Get into the ram in fourth. We're starting to see here a ram that's a little more rounder in his front. I'd sure like to just to give him a little more extension, a little neater shoulder shape to him. But here's a ram with, again, a lot of power to him. We just don't see as much as we do in the rams right above him, but a really complete type of sheep. The ram in fifth here, just extremely long. There's not another longer bodied ram that we have out here. He's got a lot of neat pieces to him. The ram with this much length of body to him, he carries himself extremely well out through his spine, out through his hip. We start to analyze him. We don't have as much power when we analyze him in through that center portion, that leg, especially down in through that twist, as we see in some rams right above him. But an awfully good. Let's give these young people a round of applause for bringing a super set of January bucks out.
On the two ring, we're now ready to show for our champion and reserve champion youth. Second place animals from previous youth classes in the ring. Over on the Border Leicester side, we're now ready to show natural color Border Leicester Junior Ram Lambs, please. South down with the February Ram Lambs. Next class will be our Border Leicester Best Fleece in the white division goes to entry number 11 out of the yearling U class. Colin Deacon, 131871 RR, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. For the Southbound January class,
In this Hampshire slick-sheared ramline class, we've got a nice individual to start the class with. He's far and away the most complete. He's more nearly sound on his feet and legs. I prefer his front end, really massive and square out over that rack area. Carries that thickness out over that loin and hip to a much higher degree. Love the bone on the second place lamb. I love his breed character about his legs. Gets a little more iffy in terms of the way he moves around the ring on those feet and legs. An added flair to the outside of his leg, which I like as well. A long-sided ram, a lamb that maybe balances out a little together on the profile, a little cleaner through that chest floor than our ram in second. I like that about him. Doesn't percentage quite as well from that last rib back. Again, some more issues in terms of his feet and legs, the way he tracks around the ring, but a logical class winner within this lineup.
placing on the Tuna Slickshorn U Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 73, RQL Farms 1415, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to 75, G. Matthews 925, Morgan Muncie, Lafayette, Indiana. Third place to 69, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 71, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. 5 to entry number 70, Heidi Barclay, Mans Choice, Pennsylvania. Over on the Southdown ring in our January Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 17, Forsey R14 071, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to entry 12, Bowman 1448, Cody Bowman, Blandisville, Illinois. Third place to entry 18, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 4 to 8, Mallory Bowers of Mentone, Indiana. And 5 to entry 7, Derek Wilson of Titusville, Pennsylvania.
Or both. Never go into the office. You should water someplace. What? Oh, yeah. Here,
Natural colored Border Leicester exhibitors, this is your only class of natural colored Rams, so first and second, of course, will be champion and reserve. Next class will be yearling ewes, as there's no other Ram classes.
Well, that stole some of my thunder, I guess, but we certainly have a nice buck to start off the class with. Really, in terms of his design and makeup, he's super straight down his top, got a lot of meat and muscle. You open up his fleece and really uniform from front to rear, just kind of jumps out at you with, in terms of luster, character, and uniformity. I think just a handy winner. Congratulations on being the champion Ram as well. The Ram that's going to stand here second, a little greener in terms of his design. He's a little shorter in terms of his overall length of body, maybe just not quite the overall sheep at this point in time of his life. I think he's got the advantage in trueness of his top and the character and staple in terms of his fleece as compared to the Ram that's going to stand here in third. Ram that's in third is a little lower at the point of his shoulder at this point in time. He's got a fleece that's maybe been rinsed a little more recently and worked a little more. Again, he's not quite as uniform in terms of that lock structure as the two that are going to stand above him. Ram that comes next in line, a big, heavy made kind of a sheep, one that's maybe a little bolder up through his front end. He doesn't handle his rear end quite as nicely. When you put him into motion, like to strengthen him up in terms of his hock and his pastern action. And then the Ram that we round out the class, simply the most refined in terms of his bone work. He's easily the greenest at this point in time. His fleece is starting to cot a little bit. We'd like to change that about him. But again, nice set of bucks. Congratulations to y'all.
For the Border Leicester Ram Lamb class in the natural colored division, first place to 31, Jakeman, 146, McKenna Young, Prairie City, Illinois. Second to 30, T. Deacon, 1956 RR, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Third to 32, Drew Thomas, Bowling Green, Ohio. 4 to 29, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. And 5 to entry 28, Connor Vincent, Laurel, Delaware.
As we see out here in our champion drive for our Tunis ewes, I think we had an exceptional group. I think the exhibitors should be commended on the females that they brought out here today. I think especially when you have this many out here, you could pick and choose back and forth a little bit. I think in my mind there's two that float right to the top, but I think these are ewes in my mind that exemplify a lot of great things. As we talk about females, we talk about that length of side, they got some depth of rib. They're going to continue to go forward and produce. I think we need to give them all a big round of applause. With that, I'm going to go out and select our champion, reserve champion, our Tunis show.
Another rather logical class winner in our younger slick-sheared Hamp class. A ram that's much better footed, a ram that's got a better combination of muscle to bone. I think his muscle relative to his frame is really nice. He really smooth down that top, dials in really nicely, just the most complete sheep to use in the class. We get into our second place lamb, a taller, a little bit more extreme ram. A lamb that too is has an advantage in terms of soundness. Maybe a tick narrower, maybe you'd like to put a little more cover on him today, but in terms of structure and design, he most closely follows our class winner. I prefer the bone of the third place ram. I really like the fact that he's got a big lot of bone, big foot on him, like that about him. Just not sound enough off those rear wheels for me to move him up the line any higher today. A larger framed ram in fourth. I like that extra dimension of frame and length that he brings us. I just need to blow him apart a little bit more front and rear. We have that in our fifth place buck, a ram that's got a tremendous amount of bone and muscle. We just need to make him a little sounder footed and a little sounder down his top today.
Placing on the Slickshorn, Hampshire, February Ram Lambs, first to entry 103, Swearingen, SS 1412, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. Second place to entry 107, Swearingen, SS 1434, also Holly Swearingen. Third place to entry number 105, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to entry 104, Jason Walensky of New Glarus, Wisconsin. And fifth to entry 108, Beverly Hampton, Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
Yes, sir. I do. But I wasn't going to do it yet. I will. Shropshire exhibitors. You're reminded that no wool is to be left on the sheep above the knee and the hock joints or behind the pole. Animals showing wool in the forearm, on the forearm above the knee or the rear leg above the hock will be asked to correct it before they're allowed to enter the show ring.
Tunis exhibitors, if you had a champion or a reserve champion, ram or ewe, and also the flock winner, you need to go over to the photo booth with your animals and get pictures, please. Final call, natural colored Border Leicester yearling ewes, McKenna Young and Rose Stoltman. You have entries. Final call. Grand Champion ewe for the Tuna Show. First place went to the first early yearling ewe, entry 14, Shambo 405, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Reserve champion, first place March ewe lamb, entry 64, Speldy 2570, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
Junior cotton exhibitors, you'll have a meeting today at the cotton booth at 11 a.m. The cotton junior exhibitors, the junior cotton meeting at 11 a.m. at your informational booth at the north end of the showroom. Southdown exhibitors, Southdown exhibitors. Once again, here are your yearling ewes lists. The early class will be those animals born September 1 through and inclusive of January 31. The intermediate class will be those born February 1 through and including February 28. And the late class will be those born March 1 and after. Okay, Joe, what is that?
For the Tuna Show, we're now ready for the young flock. That will be your last class. Tuna exhibitors, young flock.
Here in the Southdown ring, really a good class of rams all the way through these five, especially the ram that starts off the class easily does so for me. I sure like the shape this ram has when you're analyzing him off the side. I like his width to base. I like his foot size. He's not too coarse in his bone structure. He comes up and lays extremely well into the point of that shoulder and has a little more extension out the top of that head, neck into his head. Really a long spine, a long hip, a lot of natural thickness when we're looking at him, and he's a little longer from flank to flank than we see the ram that's going to be in second. The ram in second, for me, kind of closely follows him when we're starting to analyze shape over the top of the shoulder. He's not quite as neat to the point of that shoulder with quite as much extension as we see in the ram right above him, but I sure like when we get back behind him. He's a wide base, a wide hip type of a sheep. A lot of natural width and dimension and thickness, and a lot of future power as a stud buck in this ram in second. The ram in third is really fresh appearing. I appreciate that about him. He's in the right shape as far as conditioning for him. He doesn't have quite as much power when we get up on top of him, especially out back behind when we start to analyze him up against the first two. But I like him a lot better when we get back out to the dock. He's a little wider hipped, little wider docked area than we see the ram that's going to be in fourth. Ram in fourth is another long spine type of sheep. I appreciate that. He starts to get a little bit too coarse for me when we start to analyze him into that shoulder and into that brisket area. I'd sure like to come out back behind him and square him with that much length and that much body he's got in him. We need to have more squareness of hip, more squareness of dock to be able to move him up. But here's an awfully good sheep. Really long spine, man. If you could change them short sheep pretty quick with a ram like this. Just need to make him not quite so rugged when we're analyzing him in the point of that shoulder compared to some rams above him. Then another neat sheep here to be in fifth. Really a complete type of sheep. He doesn't get up and extend himself quite as well when we're analyzing him up through the front end. Like to give him a little more straightness into those front legs compared to the rams right above him. But here's a sheep that's really good out through his rack, out through his loin junction, in through his hip. And I think when we start to analyze him up against the ones that we have down here remaining, he needs to be in fifth hall. Nice class of rams all the way through. Thank you.
Southdown Park and later ran later in the Southdown ring. Over on the Tunas, we're in the ring over closer to the stage, ring number 3. We're ready for our Cole Dorset Fall Ram Lambs. Cole Dorset is ready to begin your show. Also, all natural colored junior exhibitors, they'd like you to go to the backdrop at the conclusion of your show. Their silent auction winners will also be called at the conclusion of the show as well.
For the Tunis in the young flock, our winner was Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin, and second place, Morgan Muncie, Lafayette, Indiana. That does conclude the Tunis show. Moving right into the Pole Dorset show. In the Pole Dorset Yearling Ewes. Pole Dorset fitted yearling ewes. There is a split, and that's the only split you have in your show. The early class is those animals born September 1 through and including December 31. The late class, January 1 and after. Again, we'll have basically a prior year and a post year. Early class, September 1 through December 31 is the early class of fitted yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets. The late class, January 1 and after. For the Hampshire Slickshorn Ram, our champion was out of the February Ram Lamb class, entry 103, Swearingen SS 1412, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. The reserve champion came out of the January Ram Lamb class, 098, High Hill Farm 4460, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. Exhibitors with champion Ram and reserve champion Ram, please note, we will come back at the conclusion of the Slickshorn show and select a overall grand champion Hampshire and reserve grand champion out of the Slickshorn and fitted. February Ram Lambs for the South Downs. First place, entry 25, Forsey R 14174, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second, entry 19, Forsey 14130, Morgan Forsey. Third place to entry 29, Cody Bowman, Blandonsville, Illinois. 4 to entry 30, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 33, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma.
We're getting into our yearling ewes here for the colored border listers. I think we've got several females again that work their way down the line that could do awfully well in a lot of shows. The female that works for me, again, really like the design on her. Is she the most rugged in terms of her bone work? No, she's not, but in terms of her design up to her front end, across her top, she's super good, really nice in terms of her fleece. I think just kind of an elegant lady to win this class. Ewe that comes next in line, a little plainer about her front end. She may be a little straighter in terms of the angulation in her hock. We might like to change that. I think she's got the advantage in terms of her fleece structure as compared to the ewe that's going to stand here in third, a ewe that's maybe a notch longer from Indian. She maybe gives up some of the strength we see in her pasterns. She changes more in terms of her grade than any of the other ewes in the class. I like the design on this ewe. Just a few things I need to kind of change with her to get her any higher in the class. The ewe that comes fourth in line, a ewe that runs downhill a little bit at this point in time, she's obviously the finest in terms of her grade. A ewe that I certainly, again, if we could change that elevation up to her front end, we might see her run up the line a notch or two. The darker ewe that runs here in fifth, a sheep that when you put her into motion, she's easily the shortest strided in terms of the other ewes in the class. A nice fleece on her as well. We just need to free her up. And then the ewe that rounds out our class, maybe carrying more condition than any of the others. She breaks right there behind her shoulders, and it gives one of the lower shouldered ewes in the class, I think, an adequate fleece on her, but a few things we need to change in her construction.
For the Border Leicester natural colored yearling ewes, placings are first place to entry 35, Bass Plains 113QR, McKenna Young, Prairie City, Illinois. Second to 33, T. Deacon 1849, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Third to 39, McKenna Young, Prairie City, Illinois. 4 to 40, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. And 5 to 34, Ben Walmsley, Palmer, Illinois.
Natural colored ewe lambs.
Ready for Border Leicester natural colored ewe lambs. Border Leicester ewe lambs natural colored division, please.
Let's see, there's two classes. There's a 15 and a 16.
That would be the early class. Those are born September 1 through and including February 15 on those Border Leicester ewe lambs. Early class of ewe lambs.
Single entry here for our early class of natural color border Leicesters, a sheep that really hadn't wanted to walk too far, but we'll come to her. But a female that's really nice in her design, nice in her terms of her footwork. She's really pretty about her head. You get your hands under, she's nice and true down her top, and certainly very nice about her fleece. We'll look at her a little harder. We bring her back in for a champion in just a little bit.
Placing on the class of Border Leicester early ewe lambs for the natural color division. First to entry 42, Koppel 501, McKenna Young, Prairie City, Illinois. Now ready for our late class of ewe lambs. Those are animals born February 16 and after in the natural color division of our Border Leicester show.
Really exciting, really good class of Pole Dorset Rams to start this show with two really powerful Rams in my mind, really good Rams to start this class with. They pick and choose back and forth, but I think you start right at the head. They're both really good. I like their ear set. I like their head shape. They're really good about that front end, how they tie in through that shoulder. They're both standing on a really big foot. They're really long-bodied. The Ram in first is going to get up here in my mind. I think he's up on his toes just a touch more than our second place Ram. He walks out a little freer out off those front legs. And by far, when you get your hands in that lower leg, he's the hardest, biggest muscled leg sheep in the class, and for me, a really good Ram to start this class with. Once again, our second place Ram follows along, very similar in that overall makeup. I'll grant he's a little wider over that loin, carrying a little bit more loin shape. I just like to pick him up once again on those toes just a notch, but an extremely good Ram to start off and be in this top part of this class. A good Ram here in third as we view him up here, a really long-bodied Ram. He's probably carrying the heaviest amount of fleece of the very top five up here, so that gives him a little bit more benefit when we see down into that. He's not got quite, especially with the top of the Ram right ahead of him, but a really good Ram in his own right. I grant the tallest Ram at the point of the shoulder here in four. He also, as we view him out here from our top five, he's the shallowest as we see him from the side. He's just giving up some of that muscle of these three Rams ahead of him. I'd like to change how he walks off those rear legs, but when we talk about that length of body, that extension up through that front end, a really good Ram in his own right. Our Ram here to round out our top five, I think, follows along very similarly in that aspect. We just like to give him a little more handling versus the Rams ahead of him to move up any higher. And then as we round out the class, once again, three excellent Rams all the way down through. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Pole Dorset fitted winter Ram lambs. Pole Dorset fitted winter Ram lambs. That's all right. Your class is your place to know what they're doing. That's your team.
Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 3, PRF 1425, Thomas Vandeventer of Canmargo, Illinois. Second place to entry number 7, Purple Ribbon Farm 1435, also Thomas Vandeventer. Third place to entry 2, Cody Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. 4 to entry 6, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And 5 to entry 8, Evan Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut.
We get into our late ewe lamb class here for the natural colored border Lesters, and I think we've got one that just takes away with it and runs. She's just really good all the way around, good in terms of her fleece, good in terms of her bone. Her top shape, I think she's just an awfully good one. The ewe that comes second in line, we'd like to maybe raise her tail set up just a notch, maybe give her just a tick more circumference of bone. I think she's gonna outshines the ewe that's going to stand here in third just in terms of overall length and correctness out through her spine. The ewe that comes third is certainly very nice about her fleece. She bows up just a notch in terms of her loin structure. We'd like to change that and relax her just a notch. She's got the advantage in just simply days of the calendar over the ewe that's going to round out the class. A ewe I read as being just a baby out here. She's really green at this point in time. She shortens up again in terms of her overall hind saddle. But again, 4 nice ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the Border Leicester Natural Colored Late Division ewe lambs, first place to entry 43, Bass Plains 314, McKenna Young, Prairie City, Illinois. Second to entry 46, Bass Plains 1214, also McKenna Young. Third to entry 45, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. And fourth to 47, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Now ready for Natural Colored Border Leicester Champion U class and reserve. Then we'll have a colored fleece class, best fleece class in the natural colored portion of the Border Leicesters. Then we'll go right into our natural colored show with senior ram lambs. Senior ram lambs. So natural colored exhibitors, please be getting those ready.
Four really good rams out here in our Bull Dorset show. Just 4 rams with some differences in my mind that sort them out kind of easy as we see them out here. In my mind, we're starting with easily the most complete ram as we see him out here. He's a ram that's up on his toes. He's really good about that front end. He's really level about that top. He's got some depth aside, some boldness to that rib. And I think he's a ram that's still got some youthfulness to him, a ram that's going to go out and continue to grow, and I appreciate him for that. Just a really good ram to start this class with. They got ram in second, follows along as similarly as any in my mind in that. It might even be a touch longer as we talk about on that overall side view. Just not quite as good at that lower part of that chest versus our first place ram. Not quite as deep all the way down through that body makeup, but a really long body, good ram in his own right. Really good extended front end ram here in third, a ram we really appreciate for that. He's really long body. He tends to run a little more downhill versus the 2 rams ahead of him. Gets a little shallower in his makeup, but I think an exceptional ram in his own right. Then the powerful ram here in fourth, a ram we really like, Yod Grant. He's the heaviest as we talk about that muscling over the top. He just gets so much coarser made about that head and up through that front end, carrying a fair amount more condition than the 3 rams ahead of him, but a really good deep class all the way down through 4.
Not enough kids to get all the sheep out here, but certainly we've got some very good representatives. As we look at these and counterpart the late springs versus the earlies and the yearlings, and things kind of change, I guess, if you as you drag them out. I think we've got one ewe that I still really like, and she's going to be our champion ewe. I realize this isn't the exhibitor, but congratulations, young man. I think just an awfully good female here to lead off the Colored Border Leicester show. We're going to follow her up with the second place yearling ewe. I think a ewe that's just a little more fault-free at this point in time of her life than our ewe lambs. I think we've got an awfully good future ahead of them. I think the yearlings are there today. Congratulations.
For our champion ewe for the Border Leicester Natural Color Division, it goes to our first place yearling ewe, entry 35, Bass Plains 113, McKenna Young of Prairie City, Illinois. The reserve was second to that animal in the yearling ewe class, entry 33, T. Deacon 1849, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Now ready to show best fleece in the natural colored portion of our Border Leicester show. Natural colored members and exhibitors, please have senior ram lambs up ringside and ready. For the Pole Dorset fitted winter ram lamb class, first to entry 11, Sid's Dorset 7-14, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Second place to entry 9, Cedar Lane 1408, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 12, Evan Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to entry 10, Rebecca Helton of Macon, Missouri.
An awfully good class of Southdown Rams to evaluate, and we've got some little differences here in our first and second. I think the Ram that's going to win the class, he's pretty powerful for me. I sure love him off to the side. He has a nice foot size. He's got a great shape to his bone. I like the way he lays into his shoulder. He's got some depth from the top of that shoulder down through his rib, but yet he's very youthful about his front end. Extremely nice top. Comes out really level out to that hip and out to that dock area. Really like the way this ram presents out from end to end. Really a nice sheep to start the class with. The ram in second's a little smaller frame, a little different shape to him maybe as we're analyzing, but with that being said, this ram has a lot of power when you get up on top of him. I sure like the shape over the top of his shoulder. He's got a lot of length of loin. He's got a lot of length of hip. He comes out as well out to that dock area and squares up as true as any of the other bucks out here. And I think that's where this ram excels over the ram that's going to be in third. The ram in third, I sure like the way this ram is made as far as off of his side. I like that style about him. Very similar to the class winner. Then you get back behind him, he doesn't want to square up quite as true as we see the ram that's going to be in second. We sure need to change him there in order to be able to get him any higher today. But an awfully good one. The ram in fourth, real youthful, really sound when we're analyzing. We just start to see some little more narrowness when we analyze from base and get up on top and analyzing into that rack compared to the rams right above him. But here's an awfully good one. It's going to continue on and grow and be quite a yearling buck later on down. I think his better days are ahead of him. The ram in fifth, the ram off the top five, another really tremendous top sheep. A ram a really great out through his hip. He wants to round off too much for me for this age of buck. He's going to really be really too early in maturing, I think. Like to just clean him up through that front end, give him a little more extension in order to get him any higher. But he's an awfully good one too. Let's give these young people a round of applause. Good set of rams to evaluate.
Natural colored exhibitors, we're ready for senior ram lambs. We're ready to move into the natural colored show in ring one. Senior ram lambs for natural colored to the ring now, please. Best fleece for the Border Leicester Natural Colored Division goes to entry 33 from the yearling U class, T. Deacon 1849, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois.
We're also ready to show for Champion Southdown Brand. Champion Southdown Brand. We need first, second place animals from the previous Ram classes in the ring. I would say what happened. They didn't say what class they called. They didn't verify the class. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't check papers. I don't know.
Five good Rams out here around our Ram show for our Dorsets, but some real differences as we see them out here in this five. And I grant our first place Ram looks a little different than some of them as we view out here, but as I talk to my livestock judging kids, number one rule, from the ground up and from the rear forward. And that's where this Ram's going to get to the top for me as we talk about these Rams. The straightest and truest standing on those legs, especially off those rears when we get him out there moving. He's a really long-bodied Ram, some Ram with some spring to that, or some boldness to that rib in my mind. I grant he's probably the shortest Ram out here, the point of the shoulder, but I think we need to look at all the good things that this Ram has, and in my mind gets to the top of this class. I think our Ram here in second, Grant, is a little taller, and we talk about that overall framework. He just gets a little too posty off those rear legs as we view him out here for me to get into the top part of this class. When we talk about that depth of side and muscle, just a good Ram in his own right. Our Ram here in third gets a little finer in his bone work, breaks behind those shoulders a little more than I'd like, but I really like for that extension, that cleanliness up through that front end. He's a really green appearing Ram, just not quite as straight and true as the two Rams ahead of him. A really long-bodied Ram here in fourth, a Ram that I really had the problems on those rear wheels as we view him out here when he gets out moving, and then a lot of times when he's standing to get up any higher for me today in this class, but I grant for that overall length and levelness atop. And then a really big-bodied Ram here in fifth to round out the class, just gets a little coarser in his overall makeup, a little finer in that leg muscle versus the Rams ahead of him, but a good class all the way down through a Ram Lambs.
Placing on the Southdown March later born Ram Lambs, first place in that class goes to entry 44, Forsey R. 14269, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to entry number 52, 4133, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third to 53, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Fourth to entry number 38, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. And fifth to entry 43, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. For the Poll Dorset, the fitted spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 16, Nichols, 1404, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Second place to 13, Crouch, 1403, Taylor Crouch, Mora, Illinois. Third place to entry 17, Sydney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 4 to 15, Elaine Dorn, Arcadia, Wisconsin. And fifth to entry 14, Rebecca Helton, Macon, Missouri. Now ready to show for champion, grand champion and reserve grand champion fitted Ram for the Poll Dorsets.
We lead off our natural colored show here with the Well, Ram Lambs, I think three really good individuals. A buck that's going to start off, I think in terms of movement, he's about as free as there is out here, and yet he's a little restricted up to his front end. I'd like to change that just a notch about him. You get your hands on him, big solid top, really big in terms of his bone work. All of three of these have cut their teeth, so they're roughly the same. They've actually all come in, so we're roughly the same age category. I think in terms of his fleece design, he's very uniform from front to rear. He's more the medium grade, and we've got him mixed up here in this division. I think a sheep that's simply the most sound at this point in time of his life. The ram that's going to stand here in second, notch great, or notch finer in terms of his grade, certainly very uniform from front to rear. You put him into motion, and he's gets a little close behind. I'd like to change that, widen up his step just a notch, maybe give him a notch more bone. The ram that comes in third, easily the longest profiling at this point in time. Along with that, he's greener in terms of his condition. He's shown in shorter fleece than the others. He's just, excuse me, we could strengthen him up on his toes, maybe give him a notch more bone. We could be optimistic in terms of his muscle pattern that might come at the later point in time. He just doesn't have it for me at this point in time. Certainly nice in terms of his fleece. That's the way I see him.
Placing on the natural colored senior Ram Lamb class, first to entry 1, Wolf 1403, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second to entry 3, Carbon Copy, Belmar Farm 1340 RR, Cody Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And third to entry 2, Lindsay Shell, Midland, Ohio.
In the Southdown ring for your champion ram, really had a nice ram show, very competitive all the way through. A lot of useful stud bucks that were out here in the show. And when we start to look at these first and second place, I'm really pleased with what we see. We've got a lot of similarity in design. We've got some sheep that have some shape to them. We got some size in these Southdowns with a lot of muscle when we're analyzing them down through that center portion of that leg. I really like the style and design that we have in our class winners. Really a super set. When we start to analyze, I'm not talk a lot about them, but I sure like the bone shape, the way these foot size are on these sheep, the way these sheep get out and move. Extremely nice in the way they're shaped from front to rear. Let's give these young people a round of applause. I'll go out and select your champion reserve.
Really nice class of Hampshire Slickshore yearling ewes. I think as we analyze this top group, there's some real power and some real quality out here. I like this ewe in first place. She shows me a tremendous amount of center width, the body cavity. Yet as you analyze her through her front 1/3, she's pretty nice through there. I like the way she moves around the ring on her feet and legs. Just gets progressively wider as she comes back, and that's where we need to build them. She's big and square out over that hip, yet she's got some femininity through that front end. A pair of ewes that are very, very close and very similar in my mind are the ewes in second and third. Really long ewes that have an advantage in breed character possibly over our class winner. I like this ewe in third. Really true down that top. Really tracks around the ring very well on her feet and legs. Carrying a tick more condition than our class winner, but a ewe that certainly looks really good out here, and a powerful, powerful kind of Hampshire ewe. Ewe in third's a lot like her. Ewe, again, really straight and strong down that top. She has an advantage in soundness over the ewes, maybe just a touch lower than her. I like the way she carries herself. Young man's done a nice job of getting this ewe around the ring today. Really natural, just a really functional kind of Hampshire ewe. A ewe that I really caught my eye here as she walked into the ring is the ewe in fourth. Probably one of the cooler fronted ewes in the top four. I really like that. I like the way her neck cups up out of her shoulder. I like her bone. I just like to loosen her up in those rear hocks a little so I can feel more comfortable getting her in that top pair today. A real meat bag in there in fifth. Really like the tremendous amount of muscle this ewe brings us. Really thick down that top, really square and explosive when you get around behind her. I like her bone on her. She shortens up just a little bit flank to flank relative to the four ewes that we had ahead of her, and maybe just a tick more conventional in her frame size than those ewes we have right ahead of her. Good class. Breeders should be proud of this bunch.
Well, I think these Dorset exhibitors should be commended. These 6 bucks, I think, out here exemplify what I'm looking for in all rams, and most assuredly here in the Polled Dorset breed. As a former Dorset breeder myself, I really appreciate what we have out here today. We got really long-bodied, really heavy muscle rams. Rams are standing up on some good feet and legs, and most importantly, many times, they're really good breed character as well out here. Just a really good group. I think you could go a couple different ways and see them out here. I have 2 favorites for myself, but let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Brady brought out a great set of rams.
Done yet. Now ready on the south down ring to go into our early class of yearling ewes. Early yearling ewes born September 1 through January 31 into the ring. Our champion ram for the South Downs was the first place out of the February Ram Lamb class, entry number 25, Forsey R14174, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. The reserve champion goes to entry 44, first place in the March and later Ram Lamb class, Forsey R14269, also Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Again, now ready for early yearling ewes. On the Polled Dorset side of the ring, our champion ram goes to the first place fitted fall Ram Lamb, Purple Ribbon Farm, 1425, Thomas Vandervinter of Camargo, Illinois. The reserve went to the first place out of the fitted winter Ram Lamb class, entry 11, Sid's Dorset, 714, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Now the Hampshire Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lambs to the ring. Hampshire Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lambs.
Two Dorset Ram Lambs that have some back and forth as we talk about. I'm starting with just the more powerful ram as we talk about that muscle over the top and down into that lower part of the leg. And then the biggest thing in my mind that gets him ahead is how he steps off on those rear legs and stands there straight and true and correct off those rear legs in my mind. I grant I could make this ram a notch longer and change that head shape just a touch, but I think a really good, powerful ram in his own right to win this class. I'll grant our second place ram is longer bodied as we view him out here, got a little more extension up through that front end. He's just not carrying quite as much muscle in the lower part of that leg, and then we really need to change how he stands off those rear legs to get up ahead in this class, but I think 2 good rams in their own right.
Now ready on the south down ring to go into our early yearling ewes. Early yearling ewes born September 1 through January 31 into the ring. Our champion ram for the South Downs was the first place out of the February Ram Lamb class, entry number 25, Forsey R14174, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. The reserve champion goes to entry 44, first place in the March and later Ram Lamb class, Forsey R14269, also Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. placing on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class, first to entry 18, T. Myers 8745, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. Second place to entry 19, Smith 1322, Allison Smith, Emporia, Kansas. Now ready on the Dorset side for Slickshorn Winter Spring Ram Lambs.
We get into our junior buck lambs here for the natural colored, and again, a nice variety of types and kinds all the way down to sheep that certainly have their purposes and could be very useful for a lot of flocks. The ram that is going to win for me, I think, is simply the most complete. He's, excuse me, one of the sounder in terms of his movement. We've gotten these sheep big, we've got them good fleeced, we've got some issues with being able to walk out here, and I think that this buck does a fairly nice job of it. He's big in terms of his bone work, he's uniform from front to rear in terms of his fleece grade, he's long enough bodied, he maybe could stand to have just a notch more to him at this point in time of his life. We'll be optimistic that that will come. The ram that's going to stand here in second, excuse me, a notch finer in terms of his grade. He's maybe just a little more extended up through his front end. You put him into motion, and I don't read him as being true on the go as our buck that's going to lead off the class. The ram that comes third, the horn buck, I'll be the first to admit I need to pull those horns away from his jaws. I don't know that they'll ever rub, but it would be of a concern for me. I think in terms of his fleece, he's nice and uniform from front to rear. He may not be as fine as you would expect being a horn buck, excuse me, but I think in terms of overall completeness and soundness, he fits into this third hole pretty nicely. Super long pattern sheep here in fourth, excuse me. A ram that maybe hasn't had quite as much carving with the Shearmasters. I read him as a little deeper up there his front end. I think his fleece is certainly very nice from front to rear. He just gives up some of the design that we see in terms of his structure as compared to the three that are going to stand above him. The ram that probably everybody thought would win, and I thought when I saw him standing he would do it. Maybe he was hurt on the trailer or something. Maybe that's just the way he's made. It doesn't indicate the way in his structure, but we need to free him up on all fours to get him any higher in the class. Love the design on him. Our second line, we start seeing some sheep that for me are a little shorter bodied or have some other issues that I just can't bring to the top five, but a nice class.
A nice trio of Hampshire Fall ewe lambs here in the slick shear division. We're using a ewe that's definitely more extreme than what we used in the yearling ewe class, but folks, that's an awfully good sheep. As you watch her track around the ring, she really moves pretty well. Really nice down that top, beautiful through that front end, outstanding breed character, outstanding bone, just a really good ewe to start the class with. Ewe we have in seconds, ewe that I appreciate as well. Again, she's got that bone and breed type that we like, really long down that spine, a little notch more muscle relative to her frame than what we have in our first place individual. What separates them is the way they're built through that front 1/3, and I like the ewe in first. Ewe in second probably carries as much total muscle as what we have in either of the top three, maybe a notch more. She's big and bold down that top. I like the way she sets down on all four corners very well. Maybe not quite a square outer hip, maybe just a little more conventional than the two we have right above her, but three nice fall ewe lambs.
For the natural colored junior Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 7, Homeboy Belmar Farm, 1405 RR, Cameron Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. Second place to entry 9, Billu, 1427, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois. Third to entry 8, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 4 to entry 4, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. 5 to entry number 11, Chelsea Billu, State College, Pennsylvania. Now showing for champion and reserve champion Ram for the natural colored show.
We're also ready for championship January by Glenn Shore, including places. Natural colored exhibitors, you do have a split in your yearling U class. The early class, those animals born September 1, 2012, through and including February 7 of 13. That's the early class. The late class will be those animals born February 16 and after. Then the junior U lambs, there's a split. January 1 through and including January 31 is the early class, February 1 and
After is the late class.
Not a whole lot of numbers again here for our ramp show, but I think sheep that probably, if they are here or later in the week, are going to be very competitive for the open show. I think there's a buck out here that hits me pretty hard, and that's our fall ram. He's going to be our champion. Congratulations to these exhibitors. I think for me, I think our second place fall buck is going to fall right in here behind him and be a reserve. Taking nothing away from our springs, I think we've just got a notch more completeness and soundness here. Congratulations to you all.
Seniors, yep.
For our natural colored show, our champion ram went to entry number 1, Wolf, 1403, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. That was first out of the senior ram lamb class, reserve champion. Second in that senior ram lamb class, entry 3, Carbon Copy, Belmar Farm, 1340, Cody Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. Again, now ready for early yearling ewes. Early yearling ewes to the ring.
I'm going to see out here in our selection indoors, we have 5 really rams that are kind of all over the place, and we talk about differences. This is how I'm going to line them up here today as we see them. I think it's starting with a ram, as we talk about standing straight and true on those feet and legs. He's got a lot of extension up through that front end. You really like him for that. He's really long about that body. Then when you see him out front, when you view him from behind, when you talk about that depth of twist, that amount of muscle and that squareness out over his dock, I just think a ram that gets up into the top. I grant he's on that smaller size as we talk about frame, but I think when you talk about that, that's really your only knock in my mind about this ram. I think a really good ram all the way down through. Once again, our ram here in second is the taller frame ram. As we talk about the point of the shoulder, I grant him for that. I just like to free him up as he walks. He likes to fall out and roll out over that dock more than I could take to get up any higher in this class. When we talk about that extension and upfrontedness, I think a really good ram to sit there in second. A ram here in third, Grant, when you view him as a power-packed ram in that aspect, he just gives up too much of that overall length of body versus the 2 rams ahead of him. Gets quite a bit smaller in his overall size versus those 2 rams ahead of him. A ram in fourth, you like for the amount of muscle over his top, the amount of muscle down his leg. He's just way down on those passions for me today. I'd like to change that. He gets a little bolder about that front end versus the rams ahead of him. And then to round out the class, a really youthful appearing ram, a ram that just a little farther behind as we talk about growth and the conditioning and muscling score versus the rams ahead of him today.
now ready to show on the Old Dorset side of the ring for our champion and reserve champion Slickshorn Ram. Winning the first and second out of that Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class and first and second out of the Slickshorn Winter / Spring Ram Lamb class. The show for Slickshorn Ram champion and reserve, and then we'll do the overall Grand Ram and reserve using the pole champion and reserve along with the slick champion and reserve.
Placing on the Slickshorn class of Pole Dorset Winter / Spring Ram Lambs, first place to entry 24, SSL 1414. Jasper Shuck and Brooke Kirchhoff of Geneva, Indiana. Second place to entry number 26, Sid's Dorset's 814, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third to entry 23, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. 4 to 21, Cameron Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And 5 to entry 20, Cole Koenig of Edwardsville, Illinois. Following are the results of the Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Hampshires. First place to entry 117, Metro 308, Ty Thorson of Columbus, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 122, Taylor 13403, Hayden Taylor of Arlington, Wisconsin. Wait a minute. Pardon me, that was 20th. Second place is entry 126, Cabinus 13091, Levi Weaver, West Fork, Arkansas. Third place to entry 115, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4 to 112, Savannah Hubbard, Madison, Indiana. And fifth to entry 118, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Placing on Senior U Lambs for the Slickshorn Hampshire. First to entry 136, Poe 24-15-13, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Second, entry 137, Balfonts 01-35, Ainsley Balfonts of Waterford, Wisconsin. Third to 134, Kelsey Verhege, Argus, Indiana. 4 to entry 139, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. And 5 to 135, Hannah Deno of Danville, Indiana.
As we see our 4 Rams out here for our Slickshore champion Ram once again. We have some differences out here, but we didn't have huge numbers. But I think they're good Rams in their own right. Rams have got some length to side, some muscling as we talk about all the way through, some rib shape to continue going forward. I think once again with some differences out here, you could go a couple different ways, but I'm secure in where we're going to go with on this. Let's give all 4 of these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
For our Slickshorn Pole Dorset show, our Slickshorn champion Ram went to the first place out of the Slickshorn Fall Ram Lambs, entry 18, T. Myers 8745, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. The reserve was first in the Slickshorn Winter / Spring Ram Lamb class, entry 24, SSL 1414, Jasper Shuck and Brooke Kirchhoff of Edwardsville, Illinois. Pardon me, Geneva, Indiana. I do apologize. Geneva, Indiana. For the Pole Dorsets, now ready to show for overall grand and reserve grand champion Ram. So we need the fitted champion in reserve along with the slick shorn champion in reserve in the ring at this time. Still missing the reserve fitted Ram champion. Reserve champion fitted Ram needs to be in the ring for the Pole Dorsets to show for overall grand and reserve.
Natural colored exhibitors, your next class will be your late class of yearling ewes. Late yearling ewes will be your next class.
We get into our early class of our colored yearling ewes, and I think we've got females out there that if I was still in the business, I'd be happy to take every one of these home. I think they all have a lot of good to them. Yes, there's some issues that I need to change in order to get them to be able to stand up here at the top of the line, but I think as potential brood ewes, they've got a lot of awful good pieces. The most complete ewe out here, and a lot of people that know me don't know I don't really like the white-bellied sheep, and today it makes them look a little more shallow if we stand back and look at them. But I think in terms of her completeness, this ewe is easily the most fault-free. You put her into motion, she's really true and free in her stride. She's nice down her top. She certainly balances out. She's one of the finer end of the grades in terms of her fleece out here. She wins for me pretty handily. Ewe that comes next in line, excuse me, maybe not quite as much to her. She's a little longer in her staple length, a sheep that I think fits into the second hole pretty handily. Again, she's nice down her top. She's nice in terms of her structure. She can get out and move. The ewe that comes third gets a little more refined in terms of her bone work. She shortens up a notch in terms of her overall balance. She's one of maybe the taller shouldered ewes out here, but not quite enough length of body to really help her out in terms of the balance structure. The next two ewes are the females that if we could turn them loose, maybe they'd move better. If we could pull some condition off them, maybe they'd move better. I don't know, but today for me, they're awfully short-strided. I need to free them up and get them to get out there and get on the go. I really love the dimension, the volume that they both bring. We just got to get them a little easier moving. The next two ewes, more refined in terms of their bone work, particularly the ewe that ends this lineup. She wants to be a little easy on her wheels today. A nice class, again, like them all.
You don't really. For our overall champion ram out here, we bring out these 4 rams. I think once again, they're all rams that have places in the breed. There's a lot of pieces and parts that I like to all these rams. But in my mind, I think our 2 fitted rams just stand above and beyond as we talk about breed type and soundness and muscling all the way through. Taking nothing away from our fitted rams, let's give all 4 of these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Ready for our natural colored late yearling ewes in the ring. We're ready now for class 1, or the early class of fitted yearling ewes and Pole Dorsets. Fitted class and Pole Dorsets, the early class that is born September 1 through and including December 31.
Our overall grand champion Ram for the Pole Dorset show was our fitted champion, entry 3 out of the fitted fall Ram Lamb class, Purple Ribbon Farm 1425, Thomas Van Deventer of Camargo, Illinois. The reserve was our reserve champion fitted Ram. First place out of the fitted winter Ram Lamb class, Sid's Dorsets, 714, entry number 11, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
I know. I'm part of that.
For the Natural Colored Show, our early yearling U class, first place goes to entry number 16, Wolf 1325, Cabela. Haley Meyer, Decatur, Illinois. Second place to entry number 15, Gehring 1254, Madison Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Third place to entry number 18, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. 4 to entry 14, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. And 5 to entry number 17, Cameron Paulus, Castown, Ohio.
still show that lane if they have a February music. That's acceptable. Whatever she is. Look, I have to do that. I don't know. The other thing is you're going to have to know if I'd like to know if they've got an arm there. That's the thing. They should be on there. That's February 1st.
In my tenure here at judging at Louisville, which has been fairly long, at this point it feels like, I don't know that I've had to stand here and kind of kick myself and say, what are you going to do, what are you going to do, what are you going to do, maybe as much as I did here within these 2 U's. And I think that they're as good as they are, they're as dissimilar as they can be. We've got a very complete kind of a U up here. She's big in terms of her bone and her footwork. She's long in terms of her top. She's really good in terms of her fleece. And not to say that the other U isn't any of those things. She's a little more refined. She's certainly more extended up through her front end, taller at the point of her shoulder. In my estimation, does she balance out quite as nicely as a U that's going to lead the pack? No, she doesn't. For as tall as she is, I need to see her a couple inches longer to be able to balance with this shoe. I think in terms of their fleece grades and types, they're certainly very adequate and similar. And I guess basically from that, we put a stick on her, and this shoe measures longer, and that's going to call first and second. And I hate to do that because I think they're both really great females. We come into third, and she's a good one in her own right, but she wants to be just a little plain in terms of her makeup for me. She's not quite as extended up to her front end. That's not, as I said, not to say she's not an awfully good one in her own right. Nice and about her fleece. She just got two powerhouses that came in here, in my estimation, that kind of knocked her out of her way. The U that's here in fourth, I really like the size of the dimension of this view. I think if we could just pull her up on those toes, she'd sail and she'd be butting heads with these two U's up here. Unfortunately, today's not her day, and she's feeling a little soft, and we can't help that. We round out the class with three U's that I think have just an awful lot of good about them as well. And as a lot of you know, this is the breed that I ended with as far as raising sheep, and still kind of miss them, I guess, in some ways, but not in a whole lot of ways. But you guys have got a good set of sheep, and there wouldn't be one out here I'd be afraid to take home. Congratulations.
Exhibitors and lunch is ready. Available at the Big Time Tutors and Junior Exhibitors and families.
Here in the Southdown Ring, really an impressive set of females to evaluate. I sure like the top five an awful lot. We got a lot of similarities, but we got a little differences in one, but we're going to talk about that. I think it gets in the top two. It's really, really close. You can switch these two around and be able to talk about it. But for me, I sure like the front end that's on the ewe that's going to win the class. She's got more extension. She's fresher in her makeup when you put your hands on her, in through her rib and out through that tailhead. I just like this female off to the side. She's a little longer from flank to flank than the ewe that's going to be in second. But really a fresh handling, really a cool sheep that's off to the side that surfaces here for me today. The ewe that's in second's got a lot of mass to her, a lot of power, but very feminine. I'd sure like to just stretch her out just a little bit more. She's getting a little soft to the touch. She's got a little more condition maybe that you want to see on her. But here's another female. It's really big-footed, big bones, still feminine. Just extend her up just a little bit more, freshen her up. We might be able to get around the ewe that's going to win the class. Ewe in third is a fresh type of a female. Doesn't have as much condition on a really long spine, really cool-sided. We don't see quite as much depth of flank in this particular sheep as we do in the two right above her. But here's another awfully good one. The ewe in fourth is kind of the unlike one out here. When we look at the top five, she is really in great shape as far as conditioning. She's really got a long hind saddle. I like her right out from that last rib back. Really cool in her makeup. The muscle she has is toned extremely well. I like to make her a little bigger footed, give her a little bit more bone shape to her to get her any higher today. But here's an awfully cool sheep that needs to be in the fourth. The ewe in fifth, ewe that I really like also. She's when we start to analyze her, she's really bellying down with some lambs. You can definitely see that in that other development that's starting to come around. She also wants to soften up just a little bit more and a little shorter from flank to flank. Not quite as firm when we analyze this ewe as far as muscle tone, but another awfully good one, and we need to keep her in fifth hole. Really a great set of females that come on down through there. Just females we just like to tighten up, squirm up a little bit more in order to move me higher, but a great set. Let's give these young people a round of applause. It's on.
Really exceptionally deep class, yearling ewes here in our Poll Dorset show. I think this exemplifies what we're going to see in all our females. I think we got a really good morning ahead of us. It took a notch longer because I think they're that good all the way down through. We kept these top six out here to talk about just real quickly. I think in my mind the most complete ewe is the ewe that wins this class really easily in my mind. When we talk about that length and levelness at top, that amount of muscle that this ewe is carrying, she's got a lot of spring to that rib, a lot of depth to that side when we see it, but she's still tying it together in a feminine package as well. Just an exceptional ewe to win this class in my mind. Our ewe in second here I think follows along very similar in that body style as we talk about rib shape and muscling up over that top. I'd like to see her change just a little bit how she ties in through that neck and through that shoulder versus our first place ewe, and that's what it comes down to in my mind, but a really exceptional ewe in her own right. Another long-bodied ewe here in third as we talk about these next couple of ewes. We're going to talk a little bit as it talks about their rear leg placement, and that's where it's going to get her into third for my mind. She gets a little straighter off those rear wheels versus the two ewes ahead of her, but I think when we talk about that levelness atop, that levelness over that top, that muscle over her, just a really exceptional ewe in her own right. One of the heavier conditioned ewes here in my mind in fourth, and that's going to move her into fourth for me today as we talk about that condition over those ribs. But I think when you talk about the muscling and that length when you get a hold of her loin, that's going to get her into the top part of this class. Really fancy ewe here in fifth, a ewe we appreciate for that. When you see her from the front view, how she ties in all the way through, she's really level and long about that side. We just need to change how she's sitting on those rear legs for me, give her a little bit more lower leg as compared to those ewes ahead of her in my mind to get up any higher. And then a really good rib shape ewe here in sixth to round out our top lineup. She just gives up a notch as we talk about that length from nose to tail versus the ewes ahead of her. I'd like to change once again a little bit how she's sitting on those rear legs. When we talk about that width to top and that muscle, I think she deserves to be up in this top group. And our three ewes on the side, also really good ewes in their own right. Really good, really deep class. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Now ready for class number 2 of our Poll Dorsets in the fitted Poll Dorset class of yearling ewes. I don't know if
Placing on Class 2 of our yearling ewes for the Natural Colored Show. First place to entry 23, Wolf 1332, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second to 25, Belmar Farm 1328 RR, Cody Paulus, Castown, Ohio. Third to entry 26, Kara Ricconi, Frenchtown, New Jersey. 4 to 22, Brooke Lane, Charlottesville, Indiana. And 5th to 24, Mary Jennings, Dyersburg, Tennessee. For the Poll Dorset,
They didn't give me that. Fitted early for.
Don't you need a second class? This is just first class. There's B, that's the second class.
Okay, yeah, sure.
for the Poll Dorset, the fitted yearling ewe Class A, early class, first place to entry 27, Pine Ridge Dorset's 13032, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to entry 35, Pope 172, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. Third place to entry 31, Ty Hodel, Mora, Illinois. 4 to entry 34, Taylor Crouch of Mora, Illinois. And 5 to entry 30, Sid DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. For the South Downs, our early class of yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 71, Forsey E. 1312, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to 73, Northern Star Livestock Service, 13059 ET, Adriana Windland of Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to 69, Adriana Windland. Fourth place to entry number 67, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And 5 to entry 56, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana.
A very nice class of slick-share January Hampshire ewe lambs. Got a pair of ewes at the top of this class. Several ewes in the top of this class I like quite a bit. The ewe that I'm starting out the class with struck me when she walked into the class. When you put this ewe in motion, that top just hangs together like it is when the young lady has her stuck. Really keeps that chest flow up. Really like the neck angle. The ewe's got a lot of femininity through that front end, yet she explodes back, starting at that rack, getting progressively wider out over that loin, wider out over that hip. A lot of real width of center body cavity. Handles with some muscle down to that lower stifle. Just a really good kind of ewe to head out this class. Love the front end and the bone work on this second place ewe. Sits down with a great big foot, a tremendously sound ewe. Really fancy and feminine through that front 1/3. Real green in her condition relative to some of the ewes we have out here, and I like that about her. Really a good structured ewe. Not quite as square out the hip as what we have in our class winner. Not quite the extra dimension of muscle, but it is a ewe show, and she's an awfully good one. A larger framed ewe here in third. I like that about her. Again, a tremendous amount of bone, a ewe that handles good down that top. Maybe not quite as consistent off those rear wheels as the two ewes we have at the top of the class. Young men ewes that is in fourth place, a more massive ewe, a bigger top ewe, really wide out over that loin edge. I like that about her. When I set her in motion, she wants to drop that chest floor a tick every so often. Does a great job of showing it out of her when he's got her on the profile, and I give you credit. Next ewe we have in line, again, young lady does a real nice job with her. Love the ruggedness of bone and the feature of the foot on that ewe. Big, massive ewe, big ribbed ewe, like that about her. But with that, we get a little coarser through that front 1/3 than some of the more youthful, appearing, more feminine ewes we have above her. A strong class, well down deep in this Hampshire Slick Shear January ewe lamb class.
Cowboy hat on. Go after him, Lee. I think he's out. I don't think he's a junior. That Caleb Monson one, I don't think he's a junior. 21, no, he seems to be. If he's over 21, that's illegal. So go and ask him his age. Caleb Monson is over the cowboy hat. Hate to be that way. Pretty sure I'm right. But but I could be wrong. Well, I hate taking your word for it, but I don't have any data. Really? That's interesting. Thought of that, but I'm not showing any of it. See, that's where I was at, okay? It's kind of pissy, man. Got a different set up here. I would rather ask the question. Yeah.
Again, a challenging kind of a class, and again, I wouldn't be afraid to load every one of these females up and take them home if I was raising sheep, and that's not to say I don't want to or do want to. And there's not a perfect one in here. There's some give and take in this class. I think we've got 5 ewes that 5 judges could come out here and swap them 5 different ways. For me, I realize that this ewe that's going to lead off the class wants to get a little easy on the go when she walks out in terms of her pasterns. She comes right back up on them when she stops, and we've got to have a little give in these, or they're not going to be able to walk. Look at the way a horse is made, and they give on those pasterns. So anyhow, I think in terms of the design and the completeness of this female, she has to win this for me. Super extended up to her front end, really good down her top. She's got some volume. There's a few ewes out here that haven't cut their teeth. This ewe that's going to stand here in second is one of those. She still yet has some maturity about her. She looks like she could go on and be a brood ewe. She's not a youthful looking spring lamb. We like that about these sheep that are going to be a year old. We need to have some doingness to them. So I think 2 females up here, one's just a notch behind in terms of her development, maybe a couple months of age, and she's going to catch her 2 really good ones. The ewe that comes next in line, I think, didn't want to move out here very well for us, and part of that might be her, and part of it may just be her disposition. I read her as not being as complete. She's super long-bodied, big-footed in terms of her bone work. Again, maybe just a notch more refined. The same is true of probably what's going to be the big ewe come next year is the spotted ewe. Again, we just need to see a little more rear flank to get her competitive. The ewe that rounds out this top lineup, a really nice designed ewe. She gets a little heavier up through her front end for me. I'd like to change that about her, but again, super nice set. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored senior ewe lamb class, first place to entry 31, Wolf 1402, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second to 33, Eye Candy, Belmar Farm 1343 RR, Cody Paulus, Castown, Ohio. Third place to entry 41, Chelsea Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. 4 to 35, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. And 5 to 34, Lindsay Shell, Midland, Ohio. Now ready for early junior ewe lambs on the natural colored. Again, these early junior ewe lambs were born in the month of January of 14, 1/1/14 through 1/31 of 14. 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 1
exhibitors. We do have 2 classes of the junior ewe lambs. We're on the first class at this time. Following that, we will select grand and reserve grand champion ewe, and then a best fleece class before moving on to the next breed. Hey, sorry. Well, yeah. He's not showing it. So I'm trying to figure the agent thing. So I thought there's something coming on. But, well, the way we handle it is fine. Debbie's supposed to be here to do that. I can't believe she's up here in the way. I know, watching it over. Well, we got it over.
Another good class of Dorset females out here. Once again, starting with a really complete ewe in my mind, as we talk about when you handle her down that top, that levelness of the top all the way out through. She's really long about that top line as we see her out here today. And then what gets her ahead of the the second place ewe, when we get our hands on her, that length of loin, just she exceeds our second place ewe just a touch as we get our hands there. I'd like a little bit more depth that side as we view her. She's narrows up or shallows up versus our other ones out here, but I think that gets very nitpicky on what I think is a really good ewe in her own right. Our second place ewe really fancy as we view her from the front. Really like that extension, that tie-in as she gets in through her shoulders. She gets a little splashier on those rear wheels as she gets out and moves for me today to get ahead of our first place ewe, but an exceptionally good ewe in her own right. A really big-bodied ewe here in third that we like for that rib shape. She's getting a little farther along in her condition versus the ewes ahead of her. She gets a little straighter off those rear legs to move up any higher in my mind, but when we talk about that overall length of body, that spring of rib, I think she needs to be right up in here. Then we come out to a ewe I think is probably in our top group here, probably the closest to what I feel is correct in her condition as we see her out here today, and that's what really moves her up in this class in my mind. But and that levelness at top, she just gets too straight as we see her off those rear legs to get up ahead of these ewes today, but I think a really good ewe in her own right. And then our fifth place ewe to tie out, she just doesn't fit together as well as the ewes ahead of her off that rear, and when she gets standing, the way she moves off that a little bit, she gets a little finer bone work versus the 4 ewes ahead of her. When we talk about the rib shape and the amount of muscle of that top, I think she's a really good ewe. And rounding out our class, I think all the way down through, a nice group of yearling ewes. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Hampshire class of Slickshorn January ewe lambs. First placed entry 175 Slack 4154 Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to 172 Flanders VIP 4007 Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third place to entry 150 Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 158 Tommy Hobbs, Oaktown, Indiana. And fifth to 157 Tessa Mattingly, Lebanon, Indiana. On the late class of fitted yearling ewes for the Poll Dorsets, first place in that class to entry 39, Nichols 1305, Thomas Vandeventer of Camargo, Illinois. Second place to entry number 41, Sid's Dorsets 1319, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third to entry 33, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Fourth to entry 45, Emily Ellison, Newport, Tennessee. And fifth to entry 40, Emily Ellison.
Now ready for Cole Dorsey, fitted, early, ball, Hugh Lambs into the ring.
Another awfully good set of Southdown yearling ewes to take a look at. I really like the top five. The yearling ewe that we're going to start off with, I think she's really cool off the side. I like the way she sets into that shoulder. She's got some ruggedness about her bone and her foot, but she's very feminine when we're analyzing this particular female. Really like the depth of rib she has, and then she comes down with some depth of flank. I like the way she percents out. Really a straight spine, a level hip type of a female that you really like the way this ewe goes from end to end. The ewe in second, another powerful type of a female. Very close. I think you can switch these two around. You could talk them through. For me, I just like the way the yearling ewe is going to start off the class with. Comes up through her front end. But here's another powerful female. It's a little more plainer maybe than we've seen the ewe right ahead of her. But she's got a lot of power when you get out through her hip, down through that lower leg. Just another extremely, extremely good female to be in second. The ewe in third, another powerful female. Just gets a little shorter from flank to flank. We don't see quite as much length of hind saddle, quite as much squareness out to that hip that we see in the two ewes right above her, but she's awfully cool when you analyze her and up through that front end and very feminine. Ewe in fourth, maybe a little longer spine, and we see the ewe right above her, but a ewe, it's I just like to give her more width of hip back into that dock area to be able to move her up, give her a little more elevation out through that shoulder, but another good female on the right. Then around off the class with a really cool looking female off the side. She is a shorter from flank to flank in the top five, but here's a ewe that has a lot of length from that last rib back. I just like to extend her out just a little bit more, maybe get a little prettier type to her head in order to be able to move her up, but an awfully, awfully good set. Let's give these young people a round of applause.
Now ready for our intermediate class of yearling ewes for the Southlands. Intermediate yearling ewes.
We get into our early junior yearlings here for the colored side, and just, again, a tremendous trio to lead us off with. Actually, we've got 7 females out here that are potential stud ewes or show ewes. We've got a couple up here. I think, granted, the ewe that leads off the class may not appear to be the longest in terms of her hind saddle. You get your hands on her, and she percentages just as nicely. She's super extended up through her front end, really good down her top, and for being a fine wool fleece, you don't expect them to look like they're going to get as big as what this ewe indicates that she's going to do for me. You put her into motion. Granted, I'd like to see her slow down just a tick. They've got her on the go. We like to see them be able to go, but for me, I think if we could just slow her down a notch, it might make her a notch more attractive. The ewe that comes second in line, like I said, appears to be a notch longer. You put her into motion. She wants to get a little close at her hocks. She's maybe not quite as, as exciting in terms of the character in her fleece as the ewe that leads off the class. I think a nice female in her own right. ewe that comes third in line really has got a dense fleece. If they were all the same length and we sheared them, we'd throw them down on a table, she'd win the pounds class, and it's a very nice fleece at that. She shortens up for me. She gets a little fuller up through her front end at this point in time. I think a female that's probably done a lot of good at a lot of shows and will continue to do so. She's got some tough ones to beat here. The ewe that comes next in line, excuse me, very nice in terms of her handle. She gets just a little more refined maybe than the three that are going to stand above her. In terms of her bone work, she's a little more shallow up there at her heart and at her rear flank. I think she's got the advantage over the paint ewe that she is nicer in terms of that fleece construction. Paint ewe is going to be a big one. I think at this point in time, her fleece handle's a little soft to me. It gives up some of the uniformity that we see in these four that are standing above her. Excuse me. The next couple of ewes, we've run into some issues with fleeces just maybe being a little more stale, certainly giving up some of the character that we see in the ewes standing above them, but nice individuals all the way down.
For the natural colors, we're ready for the late class of junior lambs. Late junior lambs in the ring. You have that? You got still got the early class of natural colors. Yeah, but you don't think place in the we've got
Outstanding class of Hampshire slick-shirted February ewe lambs. You got to like the bunch of females we got up here in this top group, and there's a bunch we like next as we work our way down the line. This first ewe is just tremendous. You can't build one much better than she's built. She looks good when she's stuck. Her lines are so parallel. Her chest floor is so clean. The neck sits up on top of her shoulders, and when you put her in motion, that all hangs together just like it does when she's stuck. Those feet set down on all four corners, tremendous amount of bone, really clean through that front end, really sets down with a big foot, but still ultra feminine, ultra youthful about that front end. Just a really good design, a really good skeleton, this one in a very attractive package. Taking nothing away from this ewe in second place. She too is just ultra fancy. She shows me a bit more depth of rib. She shows me a lot of mass, yet she's still got some youthfulness and femininity through that front one third. She's probably a little tighter at the top of her shoulder than what our ewe is in third. A tremendous amount of bone and breed character on this ewe in second. Outstanding female. The ewe in third's a lot like her. Again, a big top, massive kind of sheep. She's probably the most massive in the top three. I like that about her. With that, she's a little more opened up, and I like that about her as well. Carrying a little more cover than the ewes on either side of her, but man, she wears it well. Now, we've got a couple different cats down here in fourth and fifth, a little bit smaller framed, a little bit more youthful appearing ewe in fourth. I like that about her. Really extended, again, really good skeleton, just not as much total sheep, not as much total mass as we have in these top three ewes. One of the larger frame, more upstanding ewes is the ewe in fourth. I like that extra dimension of size. If we were going to change some of these top three, I wouldn't want to make them any smaller than what they are. I think this ewe in fifth is a nice size ewe. I'd probably use her a little higher. Every so often, she just wants to get just a little funky on those rear legs. Not bad enough to hurt her today, but these top four are so sound and so pretty. They look good where they are. Nice set of Hampshire ewe lambs.
Placing on the intermediate class of yearling ewes for the South Downs, first place to entry number 102, Northern Star Livestock Service 1328 ET, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second place to entry 89, 3037, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third place to entry 105, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Fourth place to entry number 57, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry number 96, Cody Bowman, Blandonsville, Illinois.
Junior exhibitors, once you finish showing, you're all done. You can be dismissed and leave. You do need to get a release, having to keep off in the trailer to leave. Once you're completely done showing, you can leave. You do not have to wait.
All natural colored junior exhibitors, they would like for you to report to the backdrop photo area at the conclusion of your show today. Also, silent auction winners will also be announced at the conclusion of the show as well.
So we're natural color second junior U-lane class. Then we'll do champion U, then best please, and then we'll go into the Shetland. Correct? Shetland exhibitors, please take note. We will follow the natural colors into this ring number 1. The natural colors are on their second class of 2 junior U-lanes. Their next class will be Grand Champion, Reserve Grand Champion U, then Best Please, and then we'll go directly into the Shetland show. First class on the Shetland show will be Senior Ram Lambs. Senior Ram Lambs. So Shetland exhibitors, please be getting those up and ready. Don't make me wait. give me your reply if you have one. I do. Thank you.
We round out our ULAM classes here for the colored show, and it's been a tremendously good show. There's obviously a lot of sheep out here that I've said that I have admired. Had I still been raising sheep, I would have been happy to stick them in my trailer. Probably some sheep. I know there's some sheep out here that carry some of the influence of the sheep that I raise, and it's certainly I'm glad to see that people have taken them to a step that probably I wasn't able to, and so congratulations to you guys. I think we've got a ULAM up here, and just a little bit of history. At one point in time, I had a sheep that I called Oil, and it stood for once in a lifetime, and this sheep right here is designed about as close to anything I've ever seen in that aspect. I think she's awfully good. There's nothing that's more extended up to her front end. She's good down her top. Yeah, she's one of those white-bellied sheep that I don't really care for. I don't care what color she is. She's a good sheep. Doesn't matter what breed she is. I like her an awful lot. The ewe that comes here next in line, she just gives up some of that total overall look. She's nowhere near as extended up to her front end. Maybe she's going to be the pounds heavy ewe if we were to put them on the scale today. I think she's got an awfully good fleecer at her. She just doesn't have the wow factor that this female does that starts off with. We get into the ewe that's here in third, probably the most heavily constructed of the three. Consequently, along with that, she's a little heavier up through her front end and shoulder. She breaks a little bit right behind her shoulder. If we could change her in those aspects, we might see her move up the line. As we round out our class, and we've got, again, females good all the way down. We've got a sheep here that's in fourth, probably carrying some of the least staple length. She gets a little more refined in terms of her bone work. I can't find a bad fleece in any of these classes that we've seen today. We don't really have any belly wool problems. So the fleece factor, what's better, fine, medium, when we're in this combined, is hard to say. It's been a really good set of sheep. Congratulations, kids.
For the natural colored, we're now ready to show champion and reserve champion ewes. We'll need the first and second place animals of the previous 5 classes in the ring. Placing on the early class of junior ewe lambs, first went to entry 43, Wolf 1421, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second place to entry 47, Caney 1402, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois. Third place to 42, Lindsay Shell, Midland, Ohio. 4 to entry number 50, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. And 5 to entry 44, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. In the late class, first place to entry number 56, Wolf 1432, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second, 57, Belmar Farm 1470, Cameron Paulus, Castown, Ohio. Third to 55, Chelsea Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. 4 to 61, Chelsea Shell, Midland, Ohio. And 5 to entry number 60, Madison Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Again, natural colored exhibitors, following the selection of your champion and reserve champion you will be showing best fleece, and then we'll go into our Shetland show.
As we talk about these Pool Dorset ewe lambs out here, just a phenomenal class all the way down through. When Dad told me how many were in here, we were hoping that they were good ones, and I think all the way down through, and these exhibitors should be commended for that. As we go through these top five, we got two ewes in my mind that get right up to the top of the class. I found them pretty easy, knew they were going to make their way up here pretty good in my mind, and then it gets down to back and forth. There's enough differences between these ewes, but I think there's enough good things is why they get up here. I'm starting with a ewe that I grant a lot of people are going to say, well, she's the tallest out here, but she's also the widest over the loin. She's got the most muscle down into that leg. She's got a lot of depth aside when we see this ewe up here too. I'll grant she's not maybe as long as we talk about nose to tail. When we talk about percentages, we talk about muscling and good structure when this ewe gets out and walks. She just wins this class very nicely in my mind. A really pretty ewe here in second, a ewe once again. I'll grant a little longer as we view her on that side view out here today. She gets a little shallower in makeup, a little finer in her bone work versus our first place ewe, but very particular on what I think is an excellent ewe in her own right. Our ewe lamb here in third is one of those sleeper type ewes. You don't really find her right away, and then you just keep looking and you don't find anything really wrong with this ewe. She just a really long-bodied, really complete ewe. She just doesn't have quite the size of the two ahead of her, not carrying quite the muscle. When we talk about that length of side and that levelness of design, I think a really, really good ewe to sit right here in our third place. Our ewe follows along very similarly to that is our ewe here in fourth. She's got a little more depth aside. I'd like to change how she sits off those rear legs to get up any higher for me today. When we talk about that size, that foot, and that rib shape, just a really, really good ewe all the way through. And then our fifth place ewe here to round out the class. The reason she finds her way here in my mind, when you get her out on the walk, she strides the shortest of the five ewes out here. But when you talk about that length of body, that femininity about her front end, I think she's very deserving to be in this top group. And once again, as we turn down the side, some really excellent ewes all the way down through. I think these exhibitors deserve a nice round of applause.
Another good class of females to evaluate, and I don't normally switch sheep around, but I wanted to see these top three walk again. I think for me, when we start to do that, we see that the ewe that's going to win the class is, in my estimation, is the soundest off the move. I like the condition that she has on her. She's in the right kind of condition. She's really fresh in her makeup. Ewe extremely good down her top. I like the way she's on the top of her shoulder. She comes back, she's wider out to the hip. She's got a lot of natural thickness, a lot of muscle shape down through the center portion of that leg, and especially in through that twist. She's wider based when you sit back and you analyze the way she moves. For me, when we start to watch and walk, I wanted to put her in first. The ewe in second is really pretty. I love the extension she has up and through her front end. She's more extended as we look at her versus the ewe that's going to win the class. But what I like to sure change about her is when she puts into motion, she wants to drop that hip. She wants to drop from her hook to her pins and narrows up a little bit too much for me when we start to analyze her up against the class winner. But here's an awfully good long spine type of sheep. If we could get her to track a little bit straighter, keep her hip just a little bit higher, we can move her up. The ewe in third, very similar to some ewes we saw winning in classes above them, but she's a little shorter when we analyze her from flank to flank. She doesn't come out with quite as much power when we analyze this particular female from behind. But here's another awfully good one that's going to go out and make a tremendous stud ewe. The ewe in fourth is a little bigger frame type of a sheep, kind of a little more like the ewe maybe that's in second. But when we get back and we really analyze her, we don't see the rib shape, we don't see the dimension of top, and especially get back behind her, she just really wants to cut up through her twist compared to the ewes right above them, so we need to keep her in fourth. That being said, the ewe in fifth, another good one. She is the shortest spine ewe in the top five, but really like her up through that front end, like the way she comes out through that hip. If I could just extend her out from end to end, we might be able to do little different things with her. But a great set of females to evaluate. Congratulations. Let's give these young people a round of applause.
This has certainly been an exciting and fun show for me, and I apologize if I may have drug it out a little longer than what some folks would like to see. we do. But I think we've just got a tremendous set of females out here, 10 ewes that I think anybody would be very pleased to be able to take the opportunity to work with, and certainly I have, as far as being able to come out here and evaluate them, and good luck again for those of you that are going onto the junior show. I think that, again, there are several ewes out here I could make champion. If anybody listened to how I talked about one in particular, they know where I'm headed. I think we just got a bell ringer here with this springing lamb. She's an awfully good one in my estimation. Congratulations, young men. From there, I think we had a really challenging class in our second yearling ewe class, and unfortunately I can't give two bridesmaids. This gal right here will be bridesmaid today. She's going to be our third place if we could do it. Congratulations.
For the natural colored, our champion ewe went to the first place in our late class of junior ewe lambs, Wolf, 1432, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. The reserve went to our late class of yearling ewe class winner, Wolf, 1330, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Again, now ready to show best fleece. Placing on the Slick Shorn February ewe lamb class for the Hampshires. First place in that class to entry 197, 178, Jada Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Second place to entry number 181, Metro 407, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 190, Shelby Diornellis, Monticello, Illinois. 4 to entry number 179, Tommy Hobbs, Oaktown, Indiana. In fifth place to entry number 196, Ava Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio.
Oh, okay. What's his second or intermediate yearling?
Our late class of yearling ewes for the South Downs. First place to entry 118, 3117, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second to 115, Wilson Skyview Farm, South Downs, 13046, Derek Wilson of Titusville, Pennsylvania. Third place to 124, Mallory Bowers, Mentone, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 122, Courtney Casey and Carson Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin. And fifth place to entry number 129, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted early fall ewe lamb class, first to entry 48, Bradford Jensen Partnership 0350, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second to 49, Spildy 8982, Sid DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third place to 51, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. 4 to entry number 57, Taylor Crouch, Mora, Illinois. And fifth place to 64, Thomas Vandeventer of Camargo, Illinois.
As we see out here in our Pole Dorset Drive out here, I think we have 6 really powerful ewes, 6 ewes that got a lot of femininity about them, but I think they got a lot of powers. We talk about rib shape and bone and all the things as we see out here, and then we want to congratulate them on some really good breed character as well in my mind. I think there's 2 ewes in my mind when we pack so much together are going to win this for me, but I think all 6 of these exhibitors deserve a nice round of applause, brought out a great set of sheep this afternoon.
they're both.
For the Pole Dorsets, our senior champion ewe was out of Class A, our early class of fitted yearling ewes, entry number 27, Pine Ridge Dorsets, 13032, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. The reserve champion for the senior division, entry 35 out of that same class, Pope 172, Thomas Vandeventer of Carmago, Illinois. For the natural colored show, our best fleece went to entry number 25 out of the yearling ewe class, Belmar Farm 1328, Cody Paulus of Casstown, Ohio. Now ready to go into our Shetland show. Shetlands. We need Shetland Senior Ram Lambs. And there are none in that class. They did not have any entries, so we'll go right into early junior Ram Lambs. Early junior Ram Lambs. And that would be on the Shetlands, those born February 1st through and including March 16.
The Slickshorn March Ewe Lamb class here in the Hampshire side of the show ring. Again, a tremendously strong set of females, a very deep class, a very competitive top five. I wouldn't argue that if you wanted to analyze these and resort them, I think if we discuss this class amongst my family, we'd probably come up with some different points of view. Where I really separate this ewe that I head out the class with is when we set her in motion. She just really is smooth and long in her stride, puts her foot down where she needs to. She's got really smooth through that lower 1/3 of her shoulder, yet she really tracks wide and bold behind. The widest portion of her body is through the center portion. Really like that about her. Not the longest sided, not the largest frame, but certainly big enough for this age class. We get into our ewe next in line. She is a touch longer bodied. I like that about her. She shows me a little bit more length aside. A very pretty ewe. Young man does a nice job getting her showed out here. A ewe that's got a lot of bone, sound on her feet and legs. Maybe not quite as explosive as our first place ewe, but a high quality female. Like the ewe in third as well. She is too a longer sided ewe, a ewe that percentages pretty well from that last rib back. Handles good down that top. When she set her in motion, she looks good. You know, she doesn't hold together quite as tightly as the ewes on either side of her. The ewe we have next in line, a big-footed, massive, big-ribbed kind of ewe. I like that ewe. She just not as neat and clean through that lower 1/3. Gets a little coarser through that lower shoulder, but you admire her for the total package that she brings us from a pound's perspective. One of the larger framed ewes in the top five is our ewe in fifth. I like the extra size. I like the extra length that she brings us. I'd like to make some of these just a notch larger in their framework, but I think as we analyze this ewe, I'd like to change her about her breed type a little bit and make her a little tighter over that loin.
We start off on our Shetland show with our early buck lambs and just 4 entries here. I think we've got a fairly handy kind of a winner for me. He's a sheep that certainly performed very well to this point in time. Not only is he big in terms of his growth, of his skeleton, he's got some bone under him. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to straighten him out in terms of his hock set and kind of pull him apart a little bit there, but I think in terms of his overall performance and the performance in terms of his fleece, he's got a healthy fleece, he's had some groceries in my estimation, and consequently that goes in as reflected into that fleece. It's if we were going to shear him and we're strictly selling it on pounds, he's going to shear the heaviest. These are all, as these young ladies have told me, March lambs, and so we basically, the Shetland is not the breed that's gotten really exotic and has great big ones and little ones and in-between ones. They're all kind of the same size. So I appreciate the performance that we see here in this ram. And again, the quality and the handle of the fleece on him. The ram that comes next in line, excuse me, I think is probably in terms of his correctness in feet and legs and how he moves. I certainly appreciate that about him. A fleece that's very nice to, when you open it up, it's not got the density nor the staple length that we see in that class winner. I think a ram that certainly has a lot of appeal. The ram that comes next in line, a little more longer bodied, if you will, he's another sheep that, again, he wants to get a little close behind in his hocks. You open up his fleece and he's starting to caught just a little bit, and when it kind of did to pull that fiber apart to really get a good look at it. Then we round out the class with the black and white paint, certainly one that you like the color pattern on him. And for me, he's just a little greener or thinner, if you will, in terms of his condition. His fiber doesn't really have the luster and the quality at this point in time as the 3 standing above him, but a nice class of buck lambs. Congratulations.
Now we're ready for Shetland Light Junior Ram Lambs. These were born March 17 and later for the Shetland Lambs. After that class, we'll have a championship class. Between the first and second, the class that just finished is the one that's coming in the ring. And the thing is their bucks are always born before you leave. Then it's totally different. It's just March and April and May. But the book says to split it. We were splitting it where we could find it, a natural place. And Meyer.
Tremendous amount of quality out here in the Hampshire Female Show here in the Slick Shear division. You got to appreciate the consistency that these kids have been able to bring out here from a soundness and structure perspective. You look at their design through their front 1/3. You look at the way they explode back. You look at the way they track around the ring. Just a very attractive package out here, and the young people have done a very nice job getting them ready. Lots of smiles and handshakes and good-natured competition out here. I like that. Let's put our hands together and give these kids a nice round of applause. We'll go out and select your champion in reserve views.
Results of our Slickshorn March Ewe Lamb class for the Hampshires. First place to entry 213-0159, Ava Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Second place to entry 218, Daniels 4217, Jasper Shuck of Geneva, Indiana. Third place to entry number 223, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Fourth place to entry number 207, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. And fifth place to entry number 211, Ainsley Balfonts of Waterford, Wisconsin. Our Slickshorn champion ewe is entry number 97, first out of the February Slickshorn ewe lambs, 178, Jada Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. The reserve also out of that February class, 181, Metro 407, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Now ready to show for overall grand champion ewe. We need those two animals plus the fitted champion and reserve fitted champion in the ring, please.
Once again, a really good deep class here in the Pole Dorset side. Two ewes that come up into the top part of this class came fairly early in my mind when you talk about overall length of body, when you view them from the side, that levelness and trueness about them. They have a lot of femininity about them and gets them up here. For me, we're going to start with you. I think it's just a touch bigger in the foot, a touch deeper in the flank versus our second place ewe. Just a really good ewe. A ewe, once again, still got some youthfulness for her age. I think she's going to continue to go out and grow, but she's got some spring to that rib, some depth, and then a lot of muscle when you get your hands on her. Just a really nice ewe lamb to start this class with. Our ewe lamb in second, once again, I think follows along very similarly as we talk about that length of side, that levelness, that overall makeup. She's really pretty and up-headed as we view her out here today. She's just a touch tighter up in that flank, getting a touch lighter in that overall bone work versus our first place ewe, but that's very particular and what I think is a really exceptional ewe in her own right. Our ewe lamb here in third, I grant, is taller as we view her from the point of the shoulder. When we talk about overall frame size, she got a touch more bone than our ewe in second. She just gives up some of that length of side. I'd like to change that set of her rear hock as well to get her up ahead of these two ewes ahead of her, but I think an exceptional ewe in her own right. Really complete ewe here in fourth, a ewe that we really like for her overall length of body. She's just giving up some of that width to the top and muscling the three ewes ahead of her, but I think we really like as she's standing on her feet and legs and moving around out here today, just a really nice complete ewe. And our ewe here in fifth, I think, follows along very similar. She just gets a little rounder out over that dock, a little rounder about that shoulder versus the ewes ahead of her. When we talk about that rib shape and that overall length of body, a really good ewe in her own right. Nice group of ewe lambs all the way down through, deserving a nice round of applause.
We get into our late Shetland buck lamb class. I think we've got a pretty complete kind of an individual in terms of his squareness. He's really good on his feet and legs. He's got a nice fleece about him. I'd admit that I'd have just a slight concern. I'd like to see those horns start spreading away from his face at this point in time. Hopefully that turn does come. The black buck that's going to stand here in second, obviously the heavy sheep in the class. He's long-bodied. He's pretty good in terms of his bone work. he's a little, he gives up some of the handle that we see in terms of this class winner. The next ram in line certainly has an interesting fleece on him as well. He's got a little more exotic look about his horn shape, and I'm not going to say that's good or bad. It's just different. He gives up some of the density that we're going to see in the fleeces of the two standing above him. Again, certainly very unique in terms of its color pattern and its lock structure. The next three that are the more kind give up some of the structure of their fleece. I think we're starting to get again just a notch more greenness to our shape. We don't have quite the fleshiness that we do in some of the others standing above them, but nice class of bucks.
Here in South Downring, the senior ewe lambs really, like we've had in the yearling ewe classes, really a good set all the way through. These top five really excel. I sure like the pattern that the ewe that's gonna win this class. I like the way she comes out of the top of her shoulder. She doesn't have quite as much of extension maybe as you see the ewe that's going to be in second. But here's a female that when you get her right over the top of her shoulder, she comes back with a big old rack in her big loin area. She really square out through that hip. I love her foot size. I love the bone structure she has in her. She's just going to keep on getting better and better every day. Sure like this particular female. The yearling ewe, or the fall ewe lamb in second is going to be the bigger of the two. A year from now, there's no question about that. When I start to analyze this particular female, we get back behind. We don't have as much width of base, as much power in through that hip and down through the center portion of that leg as a ewe above her. She's awfully good in her overripe. There's going to be some people that would switch these two around, and that's okay. But today, this is the way I see them. The ewe in third's really a pretty ewe, a really fresh handling ewe. She gets a little shorter from flank to flank, and she doesn't come out quite as much squareness as the two ewes right above her. But she's got a lot of natural thickness to her. If I could just give her a little bit more length, that probably would square up, and then I could move her up and give her a little bit more bone and foot size. We might be able to change things today. The ewe in fourth, another really pretty ewe off the side. Again, a little bit shorter when we're analyzing her from that last rib back. We don't see quite as much width of hip as the free ewes right above her. But you got to like this particular female for what she brings out here. Really fresh ewe that we have here in fifth. Really appreciate that about her. For me, in order to move her any higher today, we sure need to give her more dimension out from behind, give her more natural width and more natural muscle in through there. But she's awfully good. She needs to be in fifth. Another great class of females. Again, let's give these young people a round of applause.
Four very high quality ewes out here to select from and picking our champion Hampshire female. I think the two fall ewe lambs that won the fitted division and their champion honors very deservedly so will be very, very competitive in the open show tomorrow, and I wish you nothing but success. I think the two slick sheared ewes that we use for our champion in reserve, both Februaries, will be very, very competitive regardless of where you want to take them in the country. Not trying to make an industry statement, just trying to go out and pick the sheep I like the best. So let's give these kids a nice round of applause for a very strong Hampshire female show.
On the Shetland side, we're going to stick with our two early buck lambs. I think we've just got a notch more production and performance along with fleece quality. So congratulations, young lady. You'll have our champion, and you will have our reserve. Congratulations to you both.
We also need Hampshire to show for Hampshire brand.
Placing on the Pole Dorset class of fitted late fall ewe lambs, first place to entry 73, Purple Ribbon Farm 1439, Thomas Vandeventer of Carmargo, Illinois. Second place to entry number 68, Spildy 9030, Sidney DeFries of Freeport, Illinois. Third place to entry 77, Ty Hodel, Mora, Illinois. 4 to 76, Miriam Dugas of Enfield, Connecticut. And fifth to entry 70, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. For the Shetlands,
or whatever. Was it Ram Lambs? Because it got backed up. Tried to.
for the Shetlands in our Junior Ram Lamb class, Class 1, first place to entry 6, Liberty Acres Pavlov, shown by Elizabeth Levitt of Parker City, Indiana. Second place to entry number 7, Sammy Ludlam's Pumpernickel, shown by Sammy Ludlam of Hopkins, Michigan. Third to entry 3, Emma Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. 4 to entry 4, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. In Class 2, first place goes to entry number 2, Anna's Fluff Hawkeye, shown by Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Second place to entry 13, Pee Wee Hughes Curtis, shown by Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Third to 14, Emma Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Fourth place to Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana on entry 8. And 5 to entry 10, Olivia Glenn, Whitestown, Indiana. Our champion Ram came out of our first class, entry number 6, Liberty Acres Pavlov, shown by Elizabeth Levitt of Parker City, Indiana. Reserve also out of that early class, Sammy Ludlam's Pumpernickel, shown by Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Now showing yearling ewes. Placing on the Southdown Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry number 142, Circle J3F01, Kelsey Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 141, Circle J3FJ2, Garrett Schreiner, Lincoln, Illinois. Third place to entry number 135, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 4 to 143, Kelly Varick of Juneau, Wisconsin. And 5 to 150, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma.
Here, our Bull Dorset ewe lamb class, a really complete, really stylish ewe lamb to start this class with. A ewe lamb that starts right from the front when you see that extension, how she ties in through that front end. Then she's one of the levelest ewes. We talk all the way from the front to the back, over that top. She's got a lot of muscle. I think this is a ewe still that has some greenness to her, a ewe that's going to go out and continue to grow and really appreciate that of her. Just a really nice representation to start this class with. I think our ewe here in second follows along is similar to these. Any in this class to our first place ewes when we talk about that extension up over her neck. She just gets a little coarser about that front end, rolls a little bit more out over that dock versus our first place ewe, but an exceptionally long-bodied, really big-footed, good ewe lamb to sit here in second. I think our ewe in third follows along very similarly in that aspect. I'd like to just change how she ties in through that head and neck just a little bit, length around. We get our hands on her versus the ewes ahead of her, but a really, really good ewe lamb in her own right. And then our fourth place ewe here, you like the bigness of rib of this ewe, the amount of depth of side as we see her out here today. She's just getting quite a bit straighter off those rear legs versus the 3 ewes ahead of her to get up any higher, but we like her for that extension of front end and that spring of rib that she's showing. A really good class all the way down through.
Our overall grand champion ewe for the Hampshire Show goes to entry number 197. Out of the February ewe lamb class, our champion Slickshorn, 178, Jada Schroyer of DeGraff, Ohio. The reserve grand champion was our reserve champion Slickshorn. Out of that same February ewe lamb class, Metro 407, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. For the overall champion Ram, it was our fitted champion Ram. The fitted champion Ram came out of the February Ram Lamb class. 16 was the entry number. Held 14, 15, 47. Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. The reserve overall was our reserve champion fitted, which came out of that same February class. Entry 22, Livermore, 507-14, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. Again, we need young flock in the ring, please.
Over here for the Southdown show, we're out for senior champion. What a powerful set of females that we've had already. Powerful set that's out here for your 4 first classes of your females. Really excited about what these spring ewe lambs are going to look like. I think one thing we need to take in consideration when we're starting to evaluate these sheep is, where we got some muscle and where we got maybe some fat pockets and how they all come together. I'm trying to find the best female out here that's in the right amount of condition and the right amount of muscle shape and design and style that we have. We've got some differences, and that's okay because there's differences in the breed. It's whatever you kind of like. And so I think when you sit back and you analyze them, which 2 out here, in my estimation, that I would take home first. I take them all home, by the way, but which 2 I take home first, we're going to evaluate that. We're going to make that decision, and then we'll go on to the next classes. Let's give these young people a round of applause.
We get into our yearling ewe class here for the Shetland, and I think a kind of an interesting sheep to win. She's certainly on the silky side, if you will, in that her fiber really drapes. It's quite lustrous once you get underneath there and evaluate it. At this time of the year, most of these fleeces are starting to felt, and it's kind of hard for me to actually imagine that if you were to wait and shear these ewes or even the lambs, and it's going to be ideal optimally for them as far as the weather, just exactly how much fleece we're going to lose because we're getting an awful lot of felting and just exactly how much processing is going to have to be put forth to be able to salvage these fleeces. But that is what it is. But I think we've got this in this red ewe, a very nicely made ewe. She's certainly got a lot of presence. Again, as you open up her fiber, it's really nice from front to rear, pretty uniform. The speckle face ewe that's going to come next in line, again, one that's designed very nicely for me. She's very feminine. She's got a little more density to her fleece in that she's just got a little more crimp and character than does our class-winning ewe. I see her here in second pretty handily. The paint ewe that's going to stand here in third, probably one of the more ruggedly constructed in terms of her bone work. She gets just a tick easier in terms of her back feet. We'd like to change that. She wants to pull her hocks in just a notch as well. So again, certainly you like the color pattern. Again, one of the heavier shearing fleeces when that happens. The black ewe that's going to come next in line, obviously one of the smaller in terms of her overall frame, and like I said, we don't need to have them great big or anything. She's certainly, along with being smaller, she's a little more refined in terms of her bone work. She's again one of those silkier types, although she's starting to felt particularly right there in the middle of her side. I'd like to see that changed about her. The ewe that rounds out the class, the black-headed ewe, again, one of the more robust females in the class. She gives up maybe some of the fancy or the femininity that we see in these ewes that are going to stand above her. Nice class of females though all the way down. Congratulations.
Again, we need Hampshire class of flock in the ring for the Southdowns early January ewe lambs. Our senior champion Southdown ewe went to our intermediate yearling ewe class winner. Entry 102, Northern Star Livestock Service, 13208ET, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. The reserve went to our late yearling ewe class winner. Entry number 118, 3117, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Final call for Hampshire young flock. Final call, Hampshire young flock to the ring. placing on the Pole Dorset fitted winter ewe lamb class, first place to entry 85, Nichols 1401, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Second to 84, Scotch Lane Farm 4272, Evan Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to 83, Evan Syme. 4 to entry 79, Morgan Crouch, Mora, Illinois. And 5th to 82, Rebecca Helton, Macon, Missouri. In our Shetland Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 20, Star, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Second to entry 19, Windswept Sarah, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Third to entry 17, Joe and Alex Ludlam. 4 to entry 16, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. And 5th to entry 15, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Okay, those are caught up.
Cheviot, there is no senior ram lambs, so intermediate ram lambs to the ring.
Are they
There's no
after the
senior.
hams?
They took a picture.
They're after the hams, right? Cheviot exhibitors, that is concluding our Hampshire show. We need Cheviot intermediate ram lambs. There are no senior entries and only one in the intermediate ram lamb class, so have those junior ram lambs ringside and ready as well.
No class.
Border Cheviot intermediate ram lambs to the ring now. Only one entry, so have those junior ram lambs ringside and ready as well. In the Hampshire Young Flock class, our winner was Aaron Held of Aurora, South Dakota. Again, that does conclude our Hampshire show. Ready to begin our Border Cheviot show. Shetland exhibitors, I want to remind you of your junior ewe lamb break. Your early class will be those animals born March 1 through and including March 31. March 1 through and including March 31 will be your early class. Your late class will be those animals born April 1 and after.
We get into our early class here for the Shetland ewe lambs, and I think with the white ewe, she's just so much longer bodied. We need to have some internal capacity to be able to carry lambs and put food to be able to turn into flesh and fiber. So I think she does that very nicely. She's also got the advantage of she's just a little more rugged in terms of the construction of her bone. Taking nothing away from the black ewe. Again, maybe just a notch behind her in terms of her development. Two nice ewes.
look at it this way. Roasted and fried. Yeah, right. Like that.
Only one entry here in the Cheviot Senior Ram Lamb classes will begin our Cheviot Junior show. A ram that you appreciate for the growth that he has to this point, a very long-sided ram, a ram that tracks around the ring pretty well. Congratulations on your first place honors.
Placing on the Shetland class of senior ewe lambs, first place to entry 24, Windswept Ice Wine, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second to entry 25, Windswept Madeira, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. There are more juniors. Again, we're now ready for Borders Cheviot Junior Ram Lambs. Borders Cheviot Junior Ram Lambs into the ring now, please. Placing on our Borders Cheviot Intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 1, Martin H. 076109-131, Brock Martin, Attica, Ohio.
to get into our early junior ewe lambs here for the Shetlands, and a nice selection of females out here. I think for me, the one that wins, she's easily the largest in terms of her performance at this point in time. She's got excuse me, a long staple of nice, healthy fiber that certainly has a lot of luster and character, and I think a lot of usability in terms, or in addition to that, she's got some ruggedness and length of body that, again, I think all breeds of sheep need to have in order to be able to carry lambs and feed internally, and I think that she projects this for me to do this very well next year as a yearling ewe. The ewe that comes next in line, I think, has the advantage, and she's just got a little more quality and uniformity of her fleece as compared to the grayer ewe that's going to stand here in third. The gray ewe's starting to get a little cotted again, a little more effort to actually get in there and separate that fiber, but she's also a little more refined in terms of her makeup. The red ewe that's going to come in fourth, again, a super kind of a pretty fleece on her. She gets a little more refined in terms of her bones. She wants to pull her hocks together a little closer. She shortens up again in terms of her side. As we work our way down, same could be said. We round out with some of the ewe that, again, just a little less performance under her belt as compared to these other constituents out here, but nice set of females.
Once again, a really good, really deep class of Dorset ewe lambs out here. I'm starting with the ewe lamb I know is not the tallest at the point of the shoulder, but I think she's the most complete out here. Out here in my mind, as we talk about a ewe, it's got a lot of extension up through that front end. She lays in really good. She's standing on good bone. She's got some depth aside. She's really long and level in that overall body style for me, and that's what's going to get her to the top of this class. She's just, in my mind, the most fault-free ewe out here today, and just a really nice example to start this class with. Once again, we could probably raise her up a little bit if we wanted to in her overall height, but I think as she's got plenty of it as a younger ewe lamb in my mind. A really flashy fronted ewe here in second. You appreciate for that how she ties that together, that overall extension in that, much like our first place ewe. She gives up just a touch in that overall length of side versus that first place ewe when we view her nose to tail to get up ahead of her, but a really, really good ewe. Our ewe lamb here in third, I think, follows along very similar in that makeup, that overall length of body. She's standing on a big foot. She doesn't tie together quite as good through that front end. That's why we made that switch right there at the end, but I think an exceptional ewe lamb that's going to have a really bright future to her. Our ewe lamb here in fourth, I understand, is our outlier ewe. She's the longest neck. She's the most extended ewe. You really catches your eye with that as you see her out here and as she moves around. For me, though, she just shortens up too much as compared to the three ewes ahead of her in that overall length of body, but we like her for that depth of side as we view her out here today. We just need to stretch her out a little bit as we talk about that overall height to get up ahead of these ewes ahead of her. And then as we round out our ewes here in fifth and sixth, really good, really long-bodied ewes, they just round out a little too much over the dock versus compared to the ewes ahead of them for me today. Our ewe lamb here in fifth, as it relates to the ewe ahead of her, I wish I could get her to track out in the rear just a little better and a little more muscle on our ewe here in sixth, but I think an exceptionally good, exceptionally deep class all the way down through. I think these exhibitors deserve a big round of applause.
In the Cheviot Spring Ram Lamb class, we've got 3 high-quality rams. I'm choosing to use a ram that's clearly the thickest from end to end. As you handle him out over that loin, he's got the most natural width. You walk him watch from behind, and he's really stout. Nice in his breed character, better in his hip. Lamb in second place, probably the longest-sided ram in the class. I like that about him. He too tracks around the ring pretty good, a nice extended ram. If I was going to change him, I'd like to give him just a little more dimension down his top and level him out over his hip. Again, a very attractive headed ram in third, a ram that's really clean through that front end, just shortens up a little bit flank to flank relative to the ram we have right above him.
Then after that junior champion fitted, we'll have grand champion fitted. The placing on the fitted spring ewe lamb class for the Dorsets, first place, We also need to show for champion Cheviot Ram in the ring, please. Placing on Class 18, Paul Dorset fitted Spring Ewe Lamb, first to entry 92, 752. Nicholas Britt of Gasport, New York. Second place to entry number 98, Nichols, 1406, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third place to entry 97, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to 90, Austin Etzler, South Salone, Ohio. 5 to 91, Sydney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
In our late junior ewe lamb class here for the Shetland Show, I think we've got an awfully good one to lead us off with. Is she the biggest? No, she's certainly not. In terms of her design, she's very square and straight on her legs. You open up her fleece and it's really uniform and lots of luster and hasn't started to cot or felt or anything, and I think she's just an awfully good kind of a winner. Congratulations. The ewe that's going to stand here in second, obviously bigger in terms of her construction. She's longer bodied at this point in time. Obviously longer in her staple length, very nice fleece under there. The ewe that comes third in line has a nice fleece on her as well. Again, one of the more production-oriented sheep in the class at this point in time. I need to change her in terms of her rear end structure. She really wants to pull those hocks together on the go. The ewe that rounds out the class easily, the finest in terms of her grade, a nice ewe in her own right, that maybe just changes a notch more through that fleece grade as compared to those others, but 4 nice ewes.
In selecting our champion Cheviot Ram, we've got 3 strong individuals out here. I think they're long-sided, they're sound on their feet and legs. I think they've got some interesting pieces to them. I think it's relatively close. I like our champion Ram to be our junior Ram Lamb. I like his added thickness rear to rear. I like his dock set on him. Our reserve will be the fall Ram Lamb. Congratulations to all exhibitors.
Placing on the Border Cheviot class of junior Ram Lambs, first went to entry number 3, Spildy, 3564. Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 4, Hoffman's Whitecap 705, Gavin Arvin, Congerville, Illinois. And third to entry number 2, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Our champion went to the first place in that junior Ram Lamb class, entry 3, Spildy, 3564, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve went to our class winner in the intermediate Ram Lamb class, entry 1, Martin 0761 09131, Brock Martin, Attica, Ohio. Now ready for yearling ewes, Border Cheviot yearling ewes. Placing on our junior ewe lamb classes for the Shetland Show. In the early class, first place to entry 30, Sammy Ludlam Cibata, shown by Sammy Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second to entry 28, Sammy Ludlam's Babka, shown by Sammy Ludlam. Third to entry 29, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. 4 to entry number 9, Abigail Adams, shown by Olivia Glenn of Whitestown, Indiana. 5th to entry 27, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. In the second class, or late class, first place to entry 35, Huntress, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. A second to 34, Liberty Acres Bree, 140, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Third to entry 33, Elizabeth Lovett. And 4 to entry 12, Anna Harrison, shown by Olivia Glenn, Whitestown, Indiana.
As we see our 6 Paul Dorsets out here for our junior champion, I'm really happy with this group. I hope the exhibitors are too. When you see these are really long-bodied, really feminine ewes that it's still got some spring of ribs, some broodiness to them in my mind. They're standing on good feet and legs, but they're still putting it together in a really pretty, eye-appealing package. I think that's always important as we talk about the show ring aspect out here as well. I'm once again, I'm really happy with the 6 of these and their similarities to each other. I have 2 out here that I think just jump really ahead, but let's give all of these exhibitors a really nice round of applause. Brought out a great set of females.
we bring back our Shetland females here selection for champion. I think, again, a really nice group. Congratulations to all you kids that are here exhibiting or helping, if that be the case. We brought out a nice set of females. I think there's a ewe out here that I really like, and for our champion ewe, that'll be the Sherilyn ewe right here. Congratulations. I don't know if she's yours or not, but you're holding her. And we're going to come back and use our second place yearling ewe for reserve. Congratulations to you. Again, a nice set of females. Congratulations.
For the Pole Dorsets, our fitted junior champion is entry number 92-752, Nicholas Britt, Gasport, New York. Out of the fitted spring ewe lamb class, the reserve junior champion, entry 85 from the fitted winter ewe lamb class, Nichols, 1401, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. For the Shetlands, our champion ewe went to the first place yearling ewe, entry number 20, Star, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. The reserve went to the second place yearling ewe, entry number 19, Windswept, Sarah, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Now ready for Best Fleece. Shetland Best Fleece into the ring, and then we'll do Young Flock. Over on the Dorset side, we're doing Pole Dorset Fitted Grand Championship.
Three very nice Cheviot yearling ewes out here. The ewe I'm choosing to start the class with just a big old broody kind of ewe, really wide, really deep. She's a lot leveler and bolder out over that hip. Real nice head on her. Ewe in second's a little fancier through her front 1/3. I like that about her. She's a real up-headed ewe. I like the way she runs uphill. Maybe she just doesn't have quite the tail set we have in our first place ewe. Ewe in third, certainly a very stylish ewe, a very well presented ewe. A ewe that's just given up a little bit in terms of total frame to the two ewes above her. A nice class of Cheviot yearling ewes. It's on. Don't say anything stupid.
I think in my mind we have four tremendous Dorset ewes out here today for our champion drive. Are they not the biggest to the shoulder? No, but I think they're high quality ewes. They're good sound ewes, standing on good feet and legs. They got a lot of length to body, some levelness to them. They got a lot of rib and a lot of muscle down in that lower leg. And once again, I think they're tying together that ability of having feminine points to them as we see them out here today, and then the breed character of these four ewes. I'm really excited about the possibilities that these ewes present. I think these exhibitors have brought out a really great set of females out here. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause. I'm going to go out and select our champion reserve in our Pole Dorset ewe show.
We'll bring back each of the exhibitors' idea of what they deem their best fleece is, and I'm not to say I'm going to pick the best fleece. If I were a spinner, the one I'd want to mess with and spin would be this ewe right here. Congratulations.
Now ready for Cheviot Slick Yearling Ewes. Slick Shorn Yearling Ewes in the Cheviots. Placing on the fitted yearling ewes for the Cheviots, first place goes to entry 5, Spildy, 3441. Cade Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry number 8, Spildy, 3458, also Cade Spildy. And third to entry number 7, Leah Rick of Owatonna, Minnesota. I have no idea. But it is. Yeah.
I appreciate the overall quality of this Slick Shorn Chevy at Yearling U. When you see her, she's got a lot of product there. She's got a lot of power, some muscle. Certainly very nice with that front end. She represents the breed in this slick shear division very well.
Placing on the border Cheviot, Slick Shorn, Yearling U class, first place, entry 10, K&C Copeland 1338, K. Lee and K.C. Copeland of Lewistown, Ohio. There are no senior ewe lambs, so your next class for the border Cheviots is intermediate ewe lambs. Intermediate ewe lambs for the border Cheviots into the ring. For the Shetlands, our best fleece animal is entry number 20 out of the Yearling U class, Star, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana.
Awfully good January ewe lamb class. Boy, I sure like these top two an awful lot. I sure like the extension that this particular female here that's going to be the class winner has. I love her into the point of that shoulder. I love the way she comes up into that neck junction out through her head. She's got the right shape to that shoulder. She's in the right amount of condition. She's wide enough into her top, her rack, and out through her hip. I sure like the way she squares out at that dock and she comes down with natural thickness down through that lower leg. I like her design off the side. She's got a lot of great future ahead of her. She's may not be quite as heavy boned as a ewe lamb that's going to be in second. For my estimation, as we watch these two lambs just kind of on a natural, she's goes a little bit more up-headed, a little bit more uphill than the ewe lamb that's in second. She's a little cleaner in her front end. Ewe lamb in second's a little deeper bodied, a little further along in her growth development, which is quite okay for me. But with that being said, I'd sure like just to trim her up just a little bit because she starts to round off a little bit better in that shoulder. That being said, she's extremely nice out through that spine, out through that hip. Maybe just like to freshen her up just a little bit more to be able to move her up, but an awfully good female. The ewe lamb in third, really pretty off to the side. I like this female, went from the shoulder back. I like to take her neck junction and bring it out the top of the shoulder just a little bit more. She tends to want to U-neck just a little bit. With that being said, she's extremely neat off to the side. I love the way she comes down into her lower portion of her rib, down through the lower portion of her flank, and the way she comes out through her hip. She needs to be in third position. Young man here in fourth has done a nice job getting this ewe around the ring. Really a level top female. A little more plainer in her kind as we're analyzing her up against the three right above her. I'd sure like to just give her more squareness of hip in order to be able to move her any higher, but another nice female. Then around off the top five with a ewe lamb that I've kept out here for quite some time. I think we need to really take a look at this female. I think that when we actually look at her top five, she doesn't move quite around the ring quite as well as the rest of them, but here's a female. It's got a lot of rib shape. She's got a lot of dimension up top and out through that hip, and she needed to be in the fifth hole. Next, I want to comment about the next ewe lamb. Really a pretty female, just not big enough in her kind to be able to get her any higher, but an awfully good set all the way through. We've let some sheep go back earlier that was awfully good. So let's give these young people a round of applause.
Now ready in ring one for Corriedale, senior ram lambs. Corriedale, senior ram lambs into the ring.
Last call for what? Alcohol? Debbie, what's Debbie on?
Slick Shorn.
Final call for Pole Dorset Slick Shorn Yearling Ewes. Final call. Placing on the Shetland Flock class, first place to Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second to Samantha Ledlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Third to Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. 4 to Joe and Alex Ledlam, Hopkins, Michigan. And 5 to Olivia Glenn, Whitestown, Indiana.
In this class of Cheviot Intermediate ewe lambs, we have 4 very high-quality ewes. I think the ewe that wins the class kind of sets herself apart from a structure perspective, really straight and strong down that spine, sits down on all 4 quarters and tracks around the ring really well. When you combine that, she has the more nearly ideal breed character within this class. I think that gives her an advantage. I like the extra extension and framework that we have in our ewes in second and third. I like the ewe in second over third because she is stronger down her top, ties in behind her shoulders a little better, and her head's just her ear length's a little bit more appropriate. You have to appreciate the size and growth for our ewe in fourth, a big long-bodied ewe, like that about her. A little plainer about her ear set maybe than our class winner, maybe not quite as strong down her top as the 2 ewes we have right ahead of her. The ewe that rounds out this foursome is certainly a heavy muscled ewe. It wants to run down into her front end just a little more than the ewes above her today.
Placing on the class of intermediate ewe lambs for the Cheviots, first to entry 13, Moore, 938, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 14, Mum, 146, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to entry 16, Brooke Mays-Pink, Parkersburg, Pennsylvania. And 4 to entry number 15, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Placing on the early January class of ewe lambs for the South Downs, first to 179, Sunrise 0867, Lexi Grace of Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Second place to 157, Forsey E 14007, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Third place to entry number 172, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. 4 to 177, Garrett Schreiner of Lincoln, Illinois. And 5 to 171, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. We'd like to introduce Madeline Jahoka from Colorado Springs, Colorado. She's a senior in high school, committed to play lacrosse at Cal Berkeley. She's raised Cordales for as long as she can remember, and after her brother started with them in 4-H. She's helping us out here in the Cordale ring.
We lead off our Cordell show with the senior Ram Lambs. I think we've got three really nice bucks to start off with. The Ram that leads off for me, easily the most complete. He's super in terms of his bone work and his breed character. Really nice down his top. You open up his fleece, and he's easily the most uniform, densest fleece in my estimation, what I'm looking for in a nice, big, bold kind of a crimp, and I think just kind of a handy winner. The Ram that comes next in line gets a little more refined in terms of his overall makeup, particularly in his bone. He's a little shallower in terms of his chest floor and rear flank. A Ram that really has no wool working down his top, but I think he gives up some of the overall quality and character in terms of his fleece. Same could be said of the Ram that rounds out the class. Certainly have to appreciate the overall length of body that this buck brings to the table. He gets a little easier on all fours as he moves around the ring. He's easily the most, gives up the most uniformity in terms of his fleece, but again, a nice Ram in his own right. Congratulations to you all.
Placing on the Cordell Senior Ram Lamb class, first to entry number 2, DDF 3-89, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois. Second to entry 3, DDF 3-99, Ellen Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Third to entry 1, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois.